what the Church of Scientology is so afraid of.
This is SPTV.
Hey, sorry, I'm a couple minutes late. I almost didn't make it. Sometimes doing this is incredibly stressful. You would be amazed at sometimes how difficult it is to hit your marks on time. Hi, guys. So you're probably all wondering why I called this Saturday Night Confessional the, what did I call it? The mystery edition. The mystery is I didn't plan anything. So sorry if you're disappointed, but I'm sure we can come up with something. I don't know if you caught the stream with Sterling Tompkins this morning, but I had such a great time. My head is still swirling from all the things that we spoke about. But whoops, sorry about that. Oh man, sorry. Okay. Hey, Steve. Nice to see you again. Steve Britton's here. I don't know if you pronounce that Britain or Breton, but I'm assuming it's Britain. So anyway, we can talk about whatever you want. We can talk about movies. We can talk about the fact that I nearly hit my target on raising money to finish my book. So now I have a race to the finish. Hopefully I'll get it to the typesetter within the next week or two, and then we'll just take it from there. Yeah, this is great. So I have one question that I have to answer for Joe Giuseppe, the luthier. I don't know if you know who she is, but she's been joining the chats a lot. And I spoke with her for about an hour today. We had a wonderful conversation. She's just an unbelievably talented person. She'd asked a question that I forgot to answer. What do I think of the film Kowanasqatsi? So 1 in the chat if you've seen it, 2 if you haven't. It's a film from 1982. I'm going to tell you what I think of it. Excuse me. It's a film from 1982. It's what was called an experimental, non-narrative film. It has no story. It's all very much an experimental piece of art. It has a soundtrack by Philip Glass, which is absolutely fantastic. Oh, good. A lot of you haven't seen it. I watched some of it today. It's a little dated. So here's the deal. The name of the film is Kowanasqatsi. I don't remember exactly how to spell. Hold on. I don't know that I can play the trailer, but at least this will get you. Yeah, Francis Ford Coppola presented.
Around the world have called
Hold on. This is the spelling. I'll just pause it for you. So,
a breathtaking
I highly recommend that you watch it.
Sound.
Here it is. So. Koyan, did you see that? It's Koi. Oh man, Kowanasqatsi, Koyanisqatsi. Anyway, this is that's a Native American word. I don't know which tribe. It basically means life out of balance, and the film is a study in how modern mechanized society is completely out of sync with the environment. It was a very advanced idea, and it's all done with time-lapse photography, which speeds things up, and high-speed photography, which slows things down. And I watched some of it today, and I was really amazed. It looks dated because it was 1982, but also it influenced so many people. I mean, there's a couple of directors I brought up to gold, and I was like watching all this stuff in there, and I realized that these two guys had made careers out of ripping off ideas from Kowanasqatsi. So you see, it had a big influence on people. It's I literally went to the theater in 1982 when it came out and watched it because it was a big deal. You sat there for 90 minutes or whatever it is, and there was no story, just cinematography and music. It was mesmerizing, and it had a very powerful message. So Joe Giuseppe is not able to make a stream tonight because it's like late. She's in London, but she's going to wake up in the morning and watch it, and she's going to have my answer and be very happy about that. So anyway, great. A lot of you never saw it, so I don't feel like I just bored a whole bunch of people. Yeah, this Saturday night slot is kind of like I realize I'm not being available to a lot of people. I'd like to be able to see it, but I mean, who wants to go out to clubs or have a life, right? We might as well just hang out on YouTube and have fun. What does that mean? What do you mean, Stephen, or something Woody Allen would do? You mean the film, or hang out with me on Saturday night? I don't know. Okay, there's a number 2. Sorry about that. Let me see what we going on here. Oh, Stephen, I remember this. The Hellstrom Chronicle, the 71 fake doc about insects taking over Earth. Yeah, in the late 60s and early 70s, there was a couple of fake documentaries like that. Weston, what's going on? Huh. Anyway, there was another one called Mondo Carne. I think that was from the late 60s. And that was about like all of the bizarre cultural rituals and strange things that go on all around the world. So, you know, it was like nearly an X-rated film, but it was in that same vein as the Hellstrom Chronicles. It's amazing. I never would have remembered that if you didn't bring it up. Yeah, congratulations, your book, Mitch. I'm looking forward to reading it. Yeah, so am I. No, I've actually read it. I'm just going through it, making sure it's okay. I just ordered Liz Gale's book. I think it's important to support all of the ex-Scientology community who are stepping forward to actually take the time to write a book. I ordered her book today. I'm going to read the whole thing and then I'm going to review it and then have her on. I read some of it. It's fantastic. Goldie says, I sure do recommend Liz Gale's book. I'm 1/3 of the way through already. Okay, great. That's fantastic. It didn't show up in my area of Amazon until today. I actually had to search outside Amazon and then find a link that took me into Amazon. Yeah, thank you, Jenny. Thank you for that. Yeah, I mean, it's all of our books are very unique. Well, okay, good. Because if there's anything specifically you want to get into, like I love talking with you guys about film because, you know, I really love film. Just don't ask me about the big 3 summer releases because I've not seen Barbie or Oppenheimer or that Potboiler. What is it? Mission Impossible 107. My thoughts on the writer Astor strike. Well, you know, I posted a little short a message to Tom Cruise about the actors writer strike. I mean, they got to do it. Essentially, they were getting a really bad payout on streaming. Same thing that happened years ago with cable. You know, the producers find a way to release material for money to the public. And because it's new territory, they don't have to pay the actual artists and content creators much. They get away with murder. So basically, the writers and the actors were like, their big group was, we need a better cut because you guys are just becoming fabulously wealthy off of our blood, sweat, and tears. And then their secondary concern was AI, because right now they don't have control over their own likeness. Like you could make an actor in somebody's likeness, and in certain of the outlets like streaming, there's no recourse. It's just, you're just shit out of luck. So, and even though it's a threat to actors who need to control their likeness and their personality and so forth, it's a really big threat to writers because, I mean, you know, I had a PhD professor help me as an editor on my book, and she was talking to me about how all of her students are turning homework in that was written with ChatGPT. So it's, you know, it'll all get sorted out. I think in the long run, it's going to be a good thing. What else do I think about it? I think that it gets underplayed because people think, especially actors, are like a narcissistic bunch of, you know, wannabe movie stars. It's not true. I grew up in West Hollywood. I went to school as a kid and had friends with parents who were regulars on TV shows, or their dad was a cinematographer. Or, you know, this is like it's like if we were in West Virginia, everybody'd be working in the coal mines, but that's kind of the corollary for Los Angeles. And so, you know, a lot of people make jokes, like they say, well, in Hollywood, when the actors go on strike, you can't find a waiter, ha ha. But the nature of being an actor is such that, okay, so only 2 to 3% of the entire membership of the Screen Actors Guild actually makes a living acting. But a lot of them manage to make $27,000 a year, which is not a living acting. And that $27,000 a year gets them health coverage from the Screen Actors Guild. So like that's part of this battle. That's the blue collar part of this battle that's really overlooked, because people think actors are just they're just waiters and they get a break and they become stars, and there's a lot of talented working actors out there that may never get that big break, but they need to take care of their families. So I'm extremely sympathetic, and I was mad as all hell when Tom Cruise went to the Screen Actors Guild and asked for permission, asked for what do you call it? Asked for them to modify the rules of the strike to allow actors to promote their films, and that's not done he wasn't speaking on behalf of actors. That was on behalf of producers, because he was prevented from he couldn't promote the Mission Impossible without crossing the picket line. So I thought that was pretty despicable that he did that, and I'm not just picking on him because he's David Miscavige's best friend. Maybe I am. I'm not sure. We can figure that out. So yeah, I think it's very important, and I know the Directors Guild just ratified a contract. So not that I'm working with them. I mean, I'm a member, but it's like I'm kind of the forgotten person. Okay, what does this mean? I have to vegan 3. I don't call bluegrass folk. Oh, you guys are talking about traditional American music. I don't know how did that come up? I don't call bluegrass folk, but maybe somebody does. Google thinks she's folk. Who are we talking about right now? Could you repost? What artist are you talking about? What is the artist? Oh boy, I'm way behind. Anyway, this is an interesting comment. Hold on a second. I don't want to. What? Hold on one second. I'm getting like some kind of alien messages here. Okay, great. That was from my friend Ono Nora, and she was. We were going to try to arrange to do something, and we will do that. I'm sorry. I got way. It's just when somebody says they call her folk, I was really interested in that because Joe DeSeppo and I were talking today about, because I grew up playing traditional American music, and I played the banjo. Started when I was 13, and then I played in bands. You're probably talking about Iris DeMent. No, okay. So I consider Iris DeMent to be traditional American music, which is folded in with country western music. But if you saw "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou," all of the music in that film none of it was really country or bluegrass. It was all what is known as traditional American music, which bluegrass started at the same time as rock and roll in the early 50s. As a matter of fact, the word rock and roll first appeared in the American lexicon on, what is his name? Oh, this is terrible. I can't remember it. Bill Monroe, the most famous bluegrass singer of all time. He cut a song in 1952 when Flatt and Scruggs were in his band called Rock and Roll. If you search the word, if you research the word rock and roll, the first time it was ever used was on a bluegrass album, believe it or not. So yeah, Iris DeMent. Wow. Hey, I found a cover of Let the Mystery Be, Natalie Merchant and David Byrne from Talking Heads. Unbelievable. Blew my mind. Just wanted to share that. So yeah, I've never heard of traditional American music before you totally catching "Oh Brother, Where Art Thou" again. Well, yeah, I mean, if you were involved in that kind of music, you kind of knew there was this demarcation from traditional American music when it then, like the whatchamacallit, the Carter family, June Carter, Johnny Cash's wife, I guess, Mabel Carter, his mother-in-law, that they all started out traditional American music, not country western. Country western, it then kind of became a production of Nashville, an important part of music. But that's what traditional American music is. It is that early kind of hillbilly music. And I don't mean that word in a bad way. And it's derived, it came over to America with Irish immigrants, which is what Joe DeStefano and I were talking about the roots of traditional American music, which then fed into bluegrass and rock and roll, because bluegrass and rock and roll were like these branches of American music that split off from traditional American music and Southern blues, Delta blues, and then both of those then beget bluegrass and rock and roll. And of course, electrification had a lot to do with it. Rev girl, she's a rockabilly girl. She knows exactly what I'm talking about. So Rev girl, you should just flip your laptop open. I'll send you a link, and you could just come and join me. I don't know any creators that do that, but I think that would be a lot of fun, don't you think? Oh, and thank you, Johnny Cummings. Thank you for that super chat. I really appreciate it. This says, Mitch, I didn't know about the Directors Guild. Can you please explain? Oh, you want to know what the Directors Guild of America? It's a very important organization. I've been a member since forever. I didn't work for them at Gold, but that was very unfortunate because I forwent health insurance and a pension, but I thought it was important because they're working for my religion. But essentially, the Directors Guild is the leadership group in Hollywood. They have been responsible for fighting for artists' rights and enacting bills for artists' rights since probably the 40s. If you've noticed, in the last 15 or 2 decades or so, there's been a real explosion of inclusivity in motion picture industry. The ascension of women directors, the ascension of people of color as key filmmakers, and all of this was spurred on by projects that were instituted by the Directors Guild of America. They're really a terrific organization. They really take care of their members. They have a very, very high quality. They sort of take the leadership role on political action, minority action, and also safety. They're the people that are in charge. Like, to give you an example, when John Landis years ago directed that Twilight Zone film, and there was a horrible accident, and Vic Morrow and 2 children were killed by a helicopter. The director, along with his team, they were charged with manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter. So the whole aspect of what is safe and not safe. That's why in that recent tragedy, where that woman who was tragically killed on that Alec Baldwin set, in addition to Alec Baldwin as a producer, but the director of that film and the assistant director were both. They were charged with some kind of negligent homicide. So they're the ones that look after everybody. They make sure that there's rules so people don't work too long, that they're well fed and taken care of, and there's safety officers that are part of the Directors Guild. The Directors Guild is basically 2 branches. There's one branch which is for directors, and then there's another branch which is for production managers, assistant directors, production assistants, and then it bleeds over into television with stage managers and the sort of slightly different tool set of people. They all come together into this one guild. And even though I didn't work through them for years, I stayed an active member and paid my dues because I just really, it's the only legitimate group I was a member of. And I really like supporting them because they do great things. And they don't like Johnny Cummings is like, I don't know about the Directors Guild, but it's not like they take some leadership role and sort of stand up a lot and they make sure people are taken care of. Right now, there's a woman, I can't think of her name. She used to direct the Showtime show, the one at Homeland. She's done a bunch of great work. Currently, the woman and the guy before that, this legendary, actually gay black man for maybe 10 years was the president of the DGA. And under him, there were a lot of projects to raise up minority presence and women and LGBTQ rights and filmmakers. And so they're really a good group. They're anyway, you can go online and read about them. and it's not easy to get in. I can tell you that. It's to get into as a director, you have to just pay a fee, and you have to be hired by a company that's signed to them. But then all the other positions, you have to have a couple of years of service. I know when I got out of college, I went and took the test for the Directors Guild's training program, but that's a pathway to become a producer. But I mean, I was an art school graduate, so I failed it abysmally. They want, like, kids with high SAT scores and blah, blah, blah. They really have a high benchmark. Yeah, Denver Steve-O, check it out. I found it totally by accident. I was going to contact Iris. She gave me permission to use some of the lyrics from that song in my book. There's a chapter in my book that starts out with the opening of that song as a quote. Her publicist, they were really nice. They gave it to me for free. I explained to them why I was using it, and they're like, dude, you can have it. That's totally fine. They were super supportive, and I was looking for an email address for her on her website, and I came across this cover, and it just blew my mind. I didn't realize how many covers there were of that. I'm getting behind on the. Yeah, Roseanne Cash, but that's Johnny Cash's daughter, right? Am I right about that? That's his daughter. Yeah, Wine and Chocolate. Yeah, you need to come online, Rev Girl. Flip your compact, your laptop open. I'll send you a link. Okay, just email me. Just send me a chat right here, so, and I'll give me a. I'm really kidding, but if you did that, I would bring you on. I would bring any of you guys on if you actually did that. I think it would be really funny, because I shouldn't be the old. Okay, this is a question: is the Directors Guild like a union? It's like a union, but it's a guild, like the Screen Actors Guild. And I believe the only distinction, it's funny because I never looked into it, is that some craftsmen prefer to call themselves a guild, but the cameraman's union and I think the costumers also call themselves a guild. I'm not sure, but the Directors Guild, they're not part of the IA, which is the big motion picture union. They're their own separate guild, and they're extremely powerful in Hollywood. They're like, well, think about it. Like, who's a member of the Directors Guild? Steven Spielberg, Martin Scorsese, all those guys are like members. So they have a really powerful membership. Hold on a second. Wait a minute. OSHA, did I say OSHA or OSA? I don't know. You might have been talking to somebody else about that. I'm completely. Okay, Rev Girl says, is that less than? Is that no greater than? Is that Wine and Chocolate is greater than OSA? Yeah, big time. Anything's greater than OSA. Okay, here you go. So Steve Ritton says, on the audio side of things, if you're not in the union, you're not even allowed to reach over and move a slider or turn a knob on the mixing board. Well, that kind of depends. If it's a union shop, you're not allowed to. That's correct, but that doesn't mean that you can't. I mean, studios are just music studios, except for some final mix downs and what do you call it? When you make a final file that's going to be put onto an LP or uploaded to the internet, or like a DST, like an uncompressed music file. You can make those at home. You don't need to go into a union shop to do any of that stuff. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, I was working on this film that when I was in college, and I was just a lowly little whatever, but I remember the scene where you had a gaffer who's in charge of lighting, and you had a grip who's in charge of rigging things, and there was only room. There wasn't enough room in the set because it was a bathroom for both of them, and somebody. There was a lighting guy in the bathroom, and somebody said, "Can you move that foam core, that board?" And he said, "No, I can't. That's the grip department." And the director took a light bulb and shoved it through the board and said, "Well, now it's a light, so get it the hell out of here." So yeah, there's a lot of funny stuff that goes on with unions. Yeah, we're not going to get political, but I'm very much pro-union, pro-labor. I don't believe in wage slavery, and if we didn't have unions, we would probably return to feudalism, and we should all be supporting any kind of organized labor, except for Steve. And that's fine, because this is America and you have a choice. You can have vanilla, or you can have chocolate, or you can have both. But I get your meaning. Yeah, this is true. Joan Baez is folk, and Joni Mitchell is folk. And although she bridged over into folk rock, which was invented right here in my hometown of Los Angeles, and who else? A lot of these guys came out of it. I mean, the whole folk rock scene, like, remember the Byrds? Chris Hillman, one of the Byrds, he moved up from San Diego. He was a bluegrass musician, and he stayed, after the Byrds, he stayed true to those roots, and he continued to cut traditional American music, acoustic music, with a Tony Rice, a guy named Tony Rice, and a banjo player named Herb Pedersen, who was one of the best banjo players out of California. So yeah, but you're right about that. I forgot I knew so much about music. Yeah, go Joni. You tell him there's a lot of benefits for unions. Yeah, like maybe you can like have a way of surviving when you're too old to work. Paula Bizik said, yes, Natalie Merchant and my girl, Amy Winehouse. There you go. Yeah, well, she kind of won my heart. Hey, Rev Girl, are you like sending me a link? Is that what you're saying yes to? Or are you just teasing me? Huh? What's the deal here? Yeah, anyway, yeah, so, okay, let's move on. Moving on. Okay, I don't want to get into a political discussion here. I don't want to descend into politics. I'm purposely not going to mention the seeing Trump on a coffee mug. I saw a great meme. It was Trump behind bars, and then next to it was Giuliani behind bars. And the meme was, when you call your lawyer and it rings in the next cell, which I thought was kind of funny. Yeah. Oh, Tina in the last 20s here. God, good. It wouldn't be I wouldn't feel like I was actually arrived unless you were here. I'm doing the best to look at my camera. Now, my camera is slightly above my eye line, which it is a cinematographic fact that keeping your camera above your eye line will foreshorten your face and make you look young, but it does. I have quite a distance to look up, so please forgive me. Joan Baez, Diamonds and Rust. She was such a formative part of the emerging music scene in the 60s, the American music scene. I was very lucky when I was really young, like barely old enough to drive. Myself and my girlfriend, we drove to the Big Sur Folk Festival in 1968 at Esalen, and there's only about 3,000 people in attendance. And I sat maybe 4 rows back on the grass, and I saw Joan Baez and Joni Mitchell and you know, the Young Rascals and John Sebastian and Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young, and it was just like mind blowing. I still run that in my head today, that concert. Here's a question. I think this is for me. Jan is your man. Hey, Jan, how many times have you been asked joining the C organization during the years working that successfully? Love your work. Thank you very much. Okay, I need you to prepare yourselves for this answer. Everybody take a deep breath, because it's going to blow your mind. And the answer is 0. Okay. Can you let me know? I'm lagging, and I don't know if I'm lagging. My audio is lagging a little bit behind. And so if you see something, let me know. That is a great question. Why was I never pressured to join the Sea Org? I don't know. I was never pressured to join the Sea Org, and I was never pressured to donate money to the International Association of Scientologists, which everybody was. I went to the ship to do a job filming. I was filming something on, the Free Winds. I never went there for services, but I would go there. I did some filming on the ship and then would hang out, whatever. So for me, it was like going there was like fun. It was like I got paid to go there, get a tan, shoot some footage, and go back to gold. But I must have been living a charmed life. But The head IAS registrar, it would be the fundraising guy on the ship. And you got to understand, the headquarters for the International Association of Scientologists, which is that group that one individual has donated up to $300 million to, the headquarters of that organization are on the ship. And the guy who was their head fundraiser saw me on the ship and went, "Oh, here's somebody I can get some money out of." Walked right up to me and said, "So who are you? What are you doing here?" And I said, "Oh, my name is Mitch Brisker. I direct films at Gold." And he went, "Oh, really nice to meet you. I'll see you later." And just like, and I was prepared to give the guy some money, make a little donation because, I was a Scientologist, but I was really amazed. It was just like, now we can't ask this guy. I don't know what it was. About 2 weeks after I got to Gold, I bumped into David Miscavige and his entourage. And it was summer, and they're all dressed in their white naval uniforms, and I just ran into him, and he says, "Hey, Mitch, where's your uniform?" And I looked at him and I smiled and I said, "I left my Harley in the garage. I had a couple of bikes back then." And I think it was so flippant and unexpected that he never asked. Nobody ever talked to me about it. Not one single person. Usually what would happen is staff who were about to blow, meaning take an unauthorized departure, one of the indicators that they were about to leave was they'd start talking to me about how I was going to join the Sea Org. And when any of them did that, I knew within 2 weeks they'd be gone, because it was like part of their thought process. If they were thinking about leaving, they'd have to talk to me about joining. It was very strange. So again, the answer was 0. And thank you for the compliment. And again, it's never enough. So come back and let's do more of that. Okay, so this is just posted a photo of my supper to the SPTV Discord. I've got to get there. I hope you meant supper. Here's another one from Steve. I worked with a guy who almost got escorted off a rail yard for changing a light bulb on a locomotive so he could do what he was there to do because he didn't call an electrician. Yes, there is this pendulum swing with unions where they can go completely out of control. Yes, and there's absolutely abuses. I think there at one time it was so difficult to get into a union that there was I don't remember exactly. Steve, you probably know more about this than I do. The Taft-Hartley law, where it was called the right to work law, where they actually had to pass a bill to keep unions from preventing people from joining. So it's not all. Yeah, that is the typical. Vegan 3 says that is the typical union problem. Yeah, it's preventing people from sort of crossing lawns, and so I think companies should have a choice. Like, I know that Costco, I don't shop there, but I think it's a pretty good company. They treat their people well. I've heard when you go to work for Costco, you can choose to join a union or not. But I think, like Walmart, the government should make them unionized because they just are not good to their people. I'm not a grip. I'm the best boy. Okay, so you are the best boy, Denver Steve. Probably a best boy it's weird terms. For those of you that don't know, there's basically there's a couple of types of grips on a crew. There's a camera grip, and they handle camera rigs. They rig the camera. They work with the camera department. They push dollies. They set up camera platforms, camera grip. And then you have lighting grips, and they work under the chief. I'm sorry. Then you have gaffers who handle lighting. You have a chief gaffer, and the chief gaffer's assistant is called the best boy. And I'm not sure where that came from. So maybe Denver Steve, you want to let us know where it came from. Okay, I don't have that right. This is Steve Britton. I don't have that right in Canada, Mitch. If a shop is a union shop, you have no choice but to join if you want to work there. There's no optional here. That's generally speaking the case with union shops. There's a few exceptions where companies like Costco have offered their employees the opportunity to be in a shop or not. But just imagine if it wasn't for the union, you'd have no power whatsoever. with management. Yeah, it's okay, Joni. It's totally fine. We're going to back out of the whole union thing again because don't get me started. Okay, now, um, Rev Girl, Mamas and Pa, she means Papas. Okay, so I'm a little hurt that you didn't take me up on my invitation to join me, but it's okay. You broke my heart, but we're going to go on. I'm not sure what that's in reference to, but they were an LA group. I don't know what you were going off of when you said that. I used to hear when I was like 15 years old, and I lived with my parents in Laurel Canyon. I used to literally hear the Byrds performing on Sunday afternoons on Cass Elliott's deck. Literally, like Laurel Canyon was like that. You would hear these people literally playing music. So, yeah, Stephen, your opinion is 100% welcome here. Okay, so Paula Bizek says Mark Knopfler. Okay, so I think we're just playing. Yeah, this is. I think I promised a drinking game. I should probably go get a beer. So didn't I? What didn't we have a stream where I said, "Hey, Saturday night we're gonna have a drinking game"? Well, we've still got time. It's only been like 37 minutes. So Mark Knopfler, total genius. I'll tell you a funny story. I had a dentist years ago. It was in the 80s, and he was a big go-kart fan. He was one of these dentists who didn't know what to do with his money, so he got into like pro karting. You know that like there's a level of go-karting which is quasi-professional racing, very expensive to get into. These guys are driving these go-karts that cost like $100,000. And he'd become friends with Mark Knopfler because Knopfler lived in LA and he was really into karting. So I was always hearing about Mark Knopfler and his go-karts. Okay, what does this say? Vegan 3, Mitch, DB freelancers against AB5 is very important. Okay, I don't know. I have no idea what that means. Those I don't know. I don't know what I'm assuming that the AB5 means Assembly Bill 5. Is that in reference to the strike? Because I am not. Oops, FB, not TB. FB freelancers. What does that mean? So Vegan 3 corrects himself and says, "Oops, FB, not DB." And I'm stumped. You got to lay that out. It'll just take a minute. Lay that out a little better. Thanks, Rev Girl. Said yes to Roseanne Bankash's daughter. Yeah, I remember her. Steve Britton wants to clarify, I don't begrudge anyone their choice to join a union. That's free choice. You have that right. I choose differently. Yeah, Steve, I recommend a film for you. And I really mean this in the nice possible way, because whenever possible, if somebody says something and I think it's relevant to a film, I'll say it. If you ever see Thank You for Smoking, it's a fabulous film from a great book. And there's a scene in it where Aaron Eckhart, who plays the lobbyist for the tobacco industry, which is just a heck of a great job, is explaining to his son, who he lives with his mother because they're divorced, he's explaining choice and what choice means, and it's perfect. And when you said that, it reminded me of the scene. I think you would dig it. I really like my girls, Joni Mitchell. Okay, Rev Girl, I think I'm a little old for you, but I think I'm falling in love with your tastes. So anyway, yeah, Joni Mitchell. So I have over there in my record collection, I have my copy of Blue, Joni Mitchell's Blue, that I bought when I was in college. Joni Mitchell's Blue is considered to be the greatest acoustic album ever produced. And if you ever get a chance to listen to a high definition, and Rev Girl can tell you, she'll back me up on this. If you ever get a chance to listen to Blue on a good quality system, especially a vinyl or a high definition copy, it will absolutely blow your mind. I mean, that there's 3 albums that I, from my youth, that I have as a 3 on constant rotation: Jackson Browne's Late for the Sky, Joni Mitchell's Blue, and Neil Young's Harvest. And, you know, if I had to just listen to those 3 albums for the rest of my life, I wouldn't be totally unhappy. So yeah, I remember reading Chris Christopherson, who I consider one of the greatest lyricists of all time ever, uh, he reviewed Joni Mitchell's Blue by saying, this really took my breath away. He said, Joni, you should have saved something for yourself. Meaning it's like you can't put that much of yourself in a record. You'll have nothing left, but that record is, I don't know if you guys are into it, but it's a journey. Yeah, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Steve. I'm 106, so, you know, I just like the, yeah, pretty close to it. I'll pull up a picture of what I look like when I was 25. You're correct. I had hair. I actually was. But thank you very much for that. 25 plus a few. Okay. Cali Blue in Big Sur, mind blown. Okay. So she's referring back to the Esalen Folk Festival. You can look it up on Wikipedia. It was held, I think, from like 65 to 69. I think I saw the one in 68. Did an all-night drive, slept in the back of a Volkswagen Bug, showed up for the first. Esalen, if I'm sure you guys have heard about Big Sur, it's one of the most physically spectacular places in the world. It's on this list. There's a list of the 10 most absolutely incredible drives you can take in a car in the world. And the drive through Monterey, California, down through Big Sur, or up, either way, is on that list. It might even be number one. It's, down through Carmel, Monterey, down through Big Sur. It's just unbelievable. And Esalen is kind of I don't know what it was. It was the Esalen Institute. They did some kind of, I don't know, meditation or physical stuff. I don't know. It was like a wellness community. And every year they had this folk festival for a while. And I was really fortunate to see the one where Joan Baez and Joni Mitchell and Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young and all those bands were, because that's what we're all listening to. This is, that sounds so cool, Tina, the last 20. Yeah, I actually probably took 20 rolls of black and white film that weekend. And my sister found one print of a photograph that I took of Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young in 1968. I have it somewhere. I've scanned it because it's falling apart. Did I do services at AOLA? Who is your reg? Cece, interesting question. Why do you want to know? You're going to go, this is OSA. They're going to go find my reg and send her to the RPF because I didn't turn out as they expected. As they say, they didn't get a product, right? I did service AOLA probably in the late 80s. On OT1, some Scientology courses, you have what's known as a twin, which is just a funny name for a study partner. It's another person you study with. And so some courses, and some parts of courses you twin on. So interesting factoid. I twinned with Kirstie Alley at OT1, which is where I met her, and I was friends with her for a long time. Okay, this was so, and my reg was, what was her name? She was everybody's reg. She was whoever that key reg was. I can't think of her name. I think she was South African or British, and she was short. She had short hair. I just can't think of her name, but she was extremely successful, nice person. Okay, here's more from Steve. Mitch, I venture to suggest you weren't asked to join the ESO because they knew you wouldn't want to give up your lifestyle instead of living to join. You were successful beforehand. That never stopped them from recruiting other people. I think it's because David Miscavige needed me to not be in the Sea Org. He needed someone that it kept siloed in a bubble, that he was always treating well and doing nice things for, that he could always point to and say, I had to bring that guy in because you people aren't doing your jobs, or the St. Pete Times or the Tampa Bay Times, whatever it is, they need to talk to somebody about what a great guy I am. I'll have him talk to Mitch because that's all he knows is that I'm a great guy. So I think if I would have been in the Sea Org, then I would have been subjected to so much stuff. I listened to Claire Headley's. Wow, I listened to her. This is really even hard for me to talk about. I listened to her I knew Claire. I'm not going to go into great detail, but I knew her and Mark, and we worked together. Obviously, I knew Mark a lot more than Claire, but I knew Claire. I remember when they got married, and I saw the interview she did with Shalice. What's her name? I'm sorry, I forget. On Cult of Consciousness, I watch it today. The second part of it, I think it's the best interview she's ever given. But when she was talking about all of the stuff that they were going through at Gold, that I was completely unaware of, like I was literally in tears, not just because of her story, but that I was like right down the street being oblivious and just creating this kind of bubble world in the studio that Sterling Tompkins talked about today, which was like a place, a protected place. If you got a part on a film or you were working on the set, nobody could touch you that day. It didn't matter how much trouble you were, they were going to mess with you because they weren't going to disrupt shooting. So I think it was important to have somebody. Plus, I'd leave all the time. I'd watch movies. I'd bring movies back. I'd write assignments. I would tell the qualifications department that were responsible for the quote unquote enhancement of the crew. I would say, these guys need to see this movie and they need to do this. They're not blah, blah, blah. I'd get all these things done to kind of try to enhance their appreciation of their own jobs. And if I was in the Sea Org, they wouldn't have that. So I really think that's the reason why it happened. But over time, because of the phenomena of mission creep, I became more and more like treated more and more like a staff member. So they kind of begin to forget your true value. Like somebody that you love 20 years later, you look at them and they look ugly. I think that was my situation, that after a while they were like, you just, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but I think the first part of that is what I needed to tell you. The rest of it, I don't know. Okay, what does this say? This says, okay, Kelly Blue, send me a chat. Let me know if you actually have ever been to Big Sur. I'm assuming your first name is Kelly, but then again, nobody from California uses the word Cali, so um, at least I think, I don't know. I knew you were powerful enough to blow their cover. Were you considered a celebrity? Yeah, like 1,000% within the Scientology bubble, I was a celebrity, like in that universe, not outside. Like I remember taking my older son when he was 12. He and I got in trouble with his mom, and she wanted us out of the house, and I was off work for like a week, and so I grabbed my kid and I said, we're going to go to San Francisco. And I decided to drive. I highly recommend everybody do this in your lifetime. I drove from LA up to San Francisco on the inland route up the 5. Took him around Oakland, showed him where I went to art school, where I lived in art school. And then at sunset, we drove across the Oakland Bay Bridge, which is the most amazing way to see San Francisco for the first time. If you drive up the coast, you kind of get into it gradually, and then you're just lost in the hills. But if you drive across the bay, you see it as a big wide shot. You're on the Oakland Bay Bridge, and the whole city of San Francisco shrouded in fog and sunbeams, and it's just magical. So we did this whole thing, and while we were there one day, we were bopping around a cable car. So I said, hey, let's go to Chinatown. Wow, that was really scary. My internet coughed up. So anyway, what I was saying, thank you all for sticking around. Hopefully you're all still here. So I was with my kid and I wanted to go into the San Francisco org. I'd never been in there. I'd done some work on it remotely. It was one of the first ideal orgs. And so I thought it's on the outskirts of Chinatown. So I thought, yeah, let's go see it. And I realized I couldn't just go there and walk in. I had to call ahead because if I just showed up there, it would be absolute freak out. Like they wouldn't know what to do. So I had this weird kind of position where I could go into any org in the world and say who I was and everybody would know. And everybody in the Scientology universe kind of knew who I was and blah, blah, blah. So within that universe, I was absolutely considered a VIP person and was treated accordingly. And it was all just a big fucking manipulative shit show is all it really was. Okay, this is CC comment. I was in my own bubble in a bubble in a bubble. Thank you for speaking out and telling us the rest of the story. You were helping me reframe mine. Thank you so much. Okay, boy, would I love to hear your story. CC, I'll send you a link. You can join me and we'll go over it. I'm really not even kidding about that. So yeah, but it was a weird kind of celebrity because it was just like, it was very strange. It was something I didn't want. Okay, what is this, Steve? Okay, Rev Girl, Mitch, your son reminds me of, Mitch, your son's story reminds me of Paul Simon's song Graceland. Yeah, I can see that. It's a great song. Johnny Cummings, I want to thank the chat for support and knowing that you all are here as a gift. Yeah, absolutely. Denver Stevo, I drove from San Diego up the PCH, got lost around Las Cruces, and ended up in the 101. Then for the rest of the drive to ESUP. Yeah, that's not hard to do because around Las Cruces things get pretty hairy. Here's one from Steve again. And Mitch came back the very next minute. Mitch came back. They thought he was a goner, but Mitch came back. They just couldn't make him stay away. That was weird. I have a tri-band router because I was doing some gaming. So I bought this incredibly insane tri-band router. So I can stream on one band of the router and there's no other traffic. Like if my kid decides to fire up Netflix, his bandwidth will choke, but mine won't. Don't tell him about it because he doesn't know that he's hotwired to have the crappy internet. But yeah, so I was really surprised that happened. It must have been my provider sort of choked. I started something a while ago. Oh yeah, no, we did that already, and that was Joni Cummings who was so generous to give me a $5 super chat. Yeah, so I'm monetized now. That's super duper duper. So hopefully I can get enough support that I don't have to go get some shitty job and I can creating this content because I'm really digging it. I am going to appear on Joe DeCepa's channel, having nothing to do with Scientology. We're going to talk about music and we're going to talk about acoustic music and we're going to talk about the convergence of traditional Irish music and American traditional music and bluegrass and all these great things that I love and that I suck at, but I really like them. Mr. Crow, is Mitch close to meeting the required watch hours? Might plan in an all-night watch. No, I made it. I absolutely made it. I'm at like 47, 4.7. Yeah, I'm well over 4,000 hours thanks to you guys. I did it in it's like 27 days, I think. That's not a record, but it's pretty quick. But yeah, I got their watch hours. I do have a video that I downloaded from Wikipedia. I have an 8-hour video of a train ride, beautiful train ride through Norway on a thing. You can Google it if you want. It's called Slow Television. The Norwegians were doing this as part of an anniversary for their railroad system. And it's really beautiful. And I had it all ready to go. I had a thumbnail. It said, join me on the love train. I was going to just really go for it. But then all of a sudden I made the watch hours. So I was good. And then amazingly, yesterday, I posted an Indiegogo campaign. I think I told a lot of you guys to just raise a couple of grand for finishing costs for my book because I've been doing everything myself. I designed it. I'm doing the typesetting. I'm just, going on, YouTube originally was just a campaign for the book, and it's because I've done a lot of marketing. And the next morning I woke up and I was over halfway there to the $2,000. So now I don't have to worry about that because I have a typesetter. And money's a little tight with the strike and the fact that I sort of ditched my career. Yeah, thanks, Goldie. Thank you very much. Trailblazing Goldie once again leading the way. Actually, but actually, Jody Cummings beat you to it. But hey, it doesn't matter, Goldie. You're the best. Okay, hold on. We got some new stuff going on here. So yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, a totally anonymous donor just said, "Okay, you need $2,000 bucks. I'll pay half of that right now." And it was just wanted nothing. Didn't even want to be acknowledged. So I was really happy about that. Hey, thanks, Rip Girl. I'm still not going to stop teasing you about coming on because I'm serious. The open invitation. If anybody wants to come on, just send me an email. I think it would be a lot of fun. I mean, you would be surprised once you jump on. It's incredibly easy to just talk to this community. It's like, I mean, I don't consider that I'm any more interesting than any of the rest of you. I got to tell you, man, I'm just really fortunate that you're allowing me to kind of speak to you on this kind of medium because it's so great. I mean, I had friends forever. You guys don't realize I was so isolated for almost 30 years that I'm just like in glee to have people that I'm close to in this way, which is a distance, right? I mean, I'm in a darkened room, you're in a darkened room, we're in different locations, but still we're managing to have a connection, which is really amazing because I was with people at Gold and in LA for all those years, and there was no connection whatsoever. It was all fake. Okay, so big shout out to, I know, Goldie, that's why we love you. So this is just all of us are saying this simultaneously right now. I hope you're embarrassed, Goldie. Really, I hope you are blushing. Yep, there she goes. Get on it. Yeah, I'm serious. Anybody, if you email me, if you need a little coaching about how to do it, it's like really easy to get on. And I'd be happy to just meet you in a StreamYard backstage, not live, and like look at your setup and talk through and go, yeah, okay, let's do that, and kind of like dry run the thing. Because I think a lot of us would like to maybe see one another. You know what I'm saying? Isn't that? Don't you think? Especially some of you guys, I would really love to see you. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to do a little Goldie hour in a moment. Steve says, Mitch, what I love about the SBTV community is that we all come from different backgrounds, faiths, ideologies, etc., and we all love to support each other. It's amazing. It's like a phenomenon. Somebody's going to write about this. Some journalist is going to pick up on this whole thing, and they're going to like to give it some mind-numbing coverage. I mean, the one thing that's kind of funny about the Scientology aspect of it, and most of the people in the SPD nation are not ex-Scientologists, which blows my mind. But it's, the great thing about this community is that it's so diverse. It's we're young, we're old, we're gay, we're straight, we're trans, we're whatever we are, and everybody's just like buddies. I mean, it's because Scientology is so white, at least those of us from Scientology, we tend to be like kind of on the white end, which is kind of weird, but it actually shows that Scientology is just, you know what I mean? I don't want to get all into that. What is this? At Steve Britton, you argued about onions? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Goldie in Theta Mitch was just saying nice things about me. LOL. Yep, that's a fact. You can't hide on this stream. You can't hide. You can't run. Okay, Steve says, you think, Mitch? I'm dubious. Journalists seem to not want to touch Scientology with a barge pole. I don't know that that's true. I mean, yeah, I don't know if that's true. I think that there might be journalists who cover social media or online journalists that may be interested in noting certain trends and phenomena that are happening that are maybe not just weird shit like TikTok leading into publishing. I don't know if you guys have been following that, but romance and romance authors and like thriller officers, fantasy officers have been selling like billions of dollars worth of books on TikTok. It's become this huge marketplace. I checked it out because I'm about to be a published author, and I'm sure going to use TikTok because they're selling a lot of books. So the Chinese, the parent company, I forget what they're called, they just open a publishing company. They're like, whoa, everybody's selling books. So what we'll do is we'll swoop in and we'll offer to be the publishing platform. So then we can actually be publishing the books that then people are promoting on our digital platform. It's just so, I got so furious when I saw that because it's like a land grab back in the 1880s. I mean, they're just trying to capture more territory and they're just horrible people. But like I was reading about that. That's an interesting story. And I think this story is really interesting that there is a group of people that are actually have grown to have a bigger voice than Church Scientology. There's a book that I highly recommend you all read. Goldie, you can go grab a link, please. It's called Here Comes Everybody. I've talked about it before. It's called Here Comes Everybody, The Power of Organizing Without Organizations. And it was written in the early 2000s by a noted new media professor at one of the big Eastern Seaboard colleges. And it was given to me by somebody who is one of the most well-respected SEO and reputation management people, one of the inventors of SEO who we hired in the church to help our reputation. I'm sorry, I have to laugh when I say that. And then they paid the guy $100,000 a month, and he was happy to do it. But it was when the church got clobbered by Anonymous. They were like, oh, what do we do? We need to get hold of the internet. And so this guy was a great guy. I'm not going to tell you what his name is, but he unfortunately was susceptible to taking a large chunk of money. And but I worked with him. I met with him every week, in person or online, and we met with him and other of his teammates, which included people that had like gone to school with Sergey Brin and Larry, the Google founders were schoolmates of them who worked on Google ad campaigns, and they were like MIT grads who knew how to tune ads. So I learned some pretty heavy duty stuff. But anyway, so about 2 weeks into that operation where we were trying to figure out the internet and how to defend Scientology, this guy walked in with a stack of books. He must have had 10 of these books. It had come out that day, and he said, you will not understand the internet unless you read this book. And he was right. It's, do you remember the movie Spotlight, how the Catholics organized to reform the Catholic Church? Well, that's a great example that is actually covered in this book about how Catholic parishioners organized on the internet to then reform the church. And today, sure, they still have their problems, but we have a pope, the Catholics, or the pope's kind of a world figure, and he embraces the gay community. He's admonished priests that they need to welcome the LGBTQ plus community into their churches. So, and that was done because people without organizations organized. And this movement, this SB Nation, I guess, as Aaron has coined the phrase, him being, the founding father, I think of him as the George Washington of SB Nation. I hope he's not offended by that because it's really meant as a compliment. This is such a great example of the power of organizing without organizations that I would genuinely not be surprised if a tech writer picked it up and started reporting on it in a positive way, because people hate Scientology, and this is a really good story. Yeah, Xeno Nation. That's. I think that's on our southern border. You've got SB Nation, and then Zuni Nation, and then above where Canada used to be, it's I don't know. It's like a Body Faith Nation, I think. But I very strongly recommend. Yeah, there it is. There's the link. Go to Amazon and look up. I got the name right. Here Comes Everybody. The subtitle, The Power of Organizing Without Organization, will blow your mind. And you will learn where Wikipedia came from and what was the first article on Wikipedia and why these things are important and what they mean. And there's a wonderful treatise in this book about what connections mean, like what is the power of connecting. And what does it say? Oh, it says, okay, hold on. Steve Britton said, holy carp. He means something else. Goldie, it's free. I don't know what that means, but you guys, you just have your own conversation. It's fine with me. I'm just here to facilitate. That's the female gender of facilitate is a male pronoun, and felicitate is the female pronoun. Okay, Joni Cummings, you were such a sweetheart. Joni Cummings, Mitch, I take for blame for letting people know about you being monetized. And Mitch, we are your community, even if we are part of different communities. Like you said, we come together here. Yeah, it's just, of course we are. We're all have our lines out into whatever else we're doing and whatever else we identify with. But you guys are amazing. People hate Scientology. Mitch Brisker, 2023. Thank you very much. That is, I need to go get a beer. Does anybody want to have a beer? Come online, I'll give you a beer. I actually looked it up. It's okay to drink beer on YouTube. It's not a big deal. There's some kid who's got like a million followers or something, and all he does is make cocktails. Red Girl says, I think there is way more ex-Scientologists than current ones. Well, just mathematically, there has to be. It's not possible that there is more Scientologists. It has to be, because the vast majority of people who do something, who connect with Scientology in a way, it might just mean buying a book, that Scientology would then claim them as a member. There's way more people that would not identify as Scientologists, because it doesn't matter who they say is a Scientologist. The only people that are Scientologists are people that self-identify, and there's very, very few of those. Goldie, Joni Cummings would like you to know that you're awesome. Actually, we would all like you to know you're awesome. Okay, so this says, I think a Mitch and a Marcus pairing would be cool. You got to clarify for me who Marcus is. I'm sorry to be like a lame-o, but you got to do that. How long we be on? An hour? Okay, hold on 1 second. I don't have a back shortly, but would you mind giving me 30 seconds? Everybody just chat with yourselves for like 30 seconds. Here, I'll put my headphones here, and you can pretend that that's me. I'll be right back. Oh boy, okay. I promised myself if I made it for an hour, I would treat myself with, this is not sponsorship. This is my favorite beer, Modelo. I actually prefer the little 7-ounce ones, which we call Modelitos, because I, generally speaking, don't even drink a whole beer. But here goes. Hopefully I won't get dinged. I don't think you do. I don't think they really care about that. So this is really, I rarely drink, but I wanted to toast my friends. And beer is food, right? Isn't that in the food? It's a food group thing. It's not even an alcoholic beverage. Oh my God, that's so good. I love Mexican beer. It's my Mexican beer and Japanese beer are my favorites. Wow, that's so good, because it's so humid here. It's just like summer humid. And there's, yeah, okay, good. Thank you for that. I love Felicitate until she cut her hair. Yeah, I get it. She was, yeah, and then she went to prison, right? Oh my God. Did I ever read Elleridge Pulp Fiction? I read a little bit of it. It's just crap. It's total crap. I mean, for one thing, let's just get this straight right now. The word pulp fiction was coined really by some academic. Nobody ever called it that. And then Quentin Tarantino picked up on it. Those books that he wrote, they were called pulps and they were called dime novels. That's what they were referred to. And, they got popular during the Depression because they'd have reading rooms and you could actually, people that couldn't afford a dime could go in and borrow one. Hold on, I got to test the mute capability on my. I'm good. Beer makes me burp. I don't want to be disgusting. Anyway, so I once modeled for an illustration in one of the fiction magazines. I was at a friend of mine's house, the Scientology artist, and he was hired. I was at his studio. He was hired to illustrate one of the stories that ASI was publishing in like magazine form. And I just was hanging out there and he said, "Hey, sit still for a minute." And he took some pictures, just some sketches. And then I was in the magazine with Indiana Jones fedora and like looking like all crazy like this. So I never really liked it. I thought it was just sort of corny. I mean, there were some really good dime novelists. Raymond Chandler, who went on to be one of the most important authors of the 20th century. He started writing dime novels. He specialized in mystery novels. Dashiell Hammett wrote dime novels. There were some important people, but L. Ron Hubbard was not one of them. He could write a lot. Rev Girl and I are on the same. We're on the same wavelength. Wow, that's really good. You're all free to chat your favorite beer. So yeah, I read it. I didn't really like it. I mean, it was not like I couldn't wait. Oh, I can't wait for the next one to come out, and then ASI would endlessly they'd do leather bounds, and then they'd push those for, you got to buy these, and then then after the Tarantino's film Pulp Fiction came out, that's when they rebranded his entire pulp library as Pulp Fiction. They completely played off the movie. They never called it that before. Nobody ever referred to that as Pulp Fiction. They were called the Pulps. I'm not even sure if Tarantino didn't even make the term up just for the movie, because he was referring to the pulps and it was fiction. Like the Penny Dreadfuls. I don't know if you watched that show, but those were the horror stories in England that cost a penny, and they called them the Penny Dreadfuls. And in America, they were called dime novels or pulps because the paper was so cheap. Okay, so Jeffrey Augustine. Okay, Goldie wants us to know that Jeffrey Augustine and at Poe on the Go expose a real threat to Leo Remini Sunday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. There's the link. I'll definitely be watching that. Jeffrey is one of the smartest people I know, so he's definitely worth listening to. Okay, good. We've got a Stella Artois fan. What else did I miss something here? Okay, I'm just going to put this up just to embarrass In Theta. Okay, now I see what you mean, Goldie, but I'm less modest. Thank you, at Dastardly Saboteur. I'll take your compliment. My brother is actually the key. I'm just going to read out comments for the rest of the night because I enjoy my beverage. So I hope y'all don't mind. Just kidding. Anyway, but I'm not going to talk about my cooter. Okay, don't, just if that's what you came for, you might be disappointed. So what do we got here? This says, Steve again says, Kilkenny, my favorite beer, not out of a can, but served up on tap. Way to go. Way to go. That sounds fantastic. I don't know what it is, but I'm drinking Blue Moon in memory of a long ago friend. Okay, good. We'll raise a toast to that. CC, thank you for that. I really am partial to Mexican beer. There's only two beers I enjoy drinking. Modelo, and the other one is Kirin Ichiban, which is a Japanese beer that is they've been making it since like the 1880s, so they really perfected it. So what else do we got here? Hold on one second. I've got some more super chats I've got to read. Okay, Rev Girl. I'll do some wine. I really appreciate it. Cece, thank you for the super chat. Does he know WOPPE? I'm not sure who you're asking that of. I do not know what that is. So you were invited to continue on that conversation and reveal more to us. Lynn Rich Bailey says, "Love your work, Mitch. Thank you very much. I have a lot of things that I want to get done with this channel. I've only barely gotten started, and you guys have really helped to put some. What am I trying to say? You've sort of laid a welcome mat out, which is so helpful, more than you know. Thank you for being here, Lynn. Okay, and then I'm going to just show it again because thank you again, the indefatigable Joni Cummings. Thank you so much. I think you're my first super chat, so you are my first. You're always going to be special in my heart. Okay, this is just unfair, Goldie. Cooter, Brisker. Okay, great. Okay, sorry, that gets him. Yeah, we're talking about Ry Cooter, right? The slide guitarist from the 80s. Okay. Oh, good. Thanks for clarifying, Steve. This is Kilkenny, the South Park drink. Oh, it's an Irish cream ale. It's made by the Guinness Company, but isn't as strong as Guinness. Oh, so it's sort of like Guinness Light because they would never call it Guinness Light because, what would be the point of that, right? And Tina in the last 20, who you need to write me and give me the backstory on that name. You don't have to say it publicly, but I am so intrigued on how you came up with that name because I know there's something about it. And she says, I saw Black Oak, Arkansas in a cow pasture in Northeast Arkansas in 1978. Wow. I don't know what that means, but that sounds so amazing. I probably just missed an earlier chat. Okay, so Joni, this is great. Okay, that chat is giving me giggles. That's great because I love giggles. In Theta says, doesn't it feel nice to have support right now? Oh, more than you know. Oh, excuse me. It's beyond support. It's beyond. It's not just support. It's like Ref Girl, my heartthrob. Mitch, SPT is a safe place. SPT, yeah, it absolutely is. For sure. It's God. They must be going insane. My old friends at OSA, they must be absolutely going berserk. Thank you again. Okay, we got to stream at LOLs. This is awesome. I did. I said Cooter, but I meant Ry Cooter, as in, I think my kids have decided to throw a party at my house tonight, but I don't really mind. I'll just switch over to my phone and we'll go mobile. That'll be fun. This says Marilyn Honig, Coffee, Cults, and Crafts, LOL. I'm not sure what that was a reference to, but I don't care. It was just fun to read. Steve says, Goldie, you're cracking me up tonight. I don't know. When does Goldie not crack you up? She's pretty continuously funny. I mean, I think she has a great sense of humor. Oh, I get it, what you meant. Concerts and cow patches. Okay. That was a band. Oh, right. Well, I'm trying. Okay. You saw the band Black Oak, Arkansas in a cow pasture in Northeast Arkansas. Wow, that's really cool. Yeah, this says, let me see here. Okay, this is from In Theta. This is at Denver Stereo. Did you hear that? You just got renamed Denver Stereo. I used to be a Newcastle fan, but now I brew a brown ale at 10 times better than that. And you can too. Yeah, I have one of my younger son is quite a brewmaster. I think I told you guys that he's starting he wants to start a beer company called Brisker's Brewskis. So I wish him luck with that. And Tina in the last 20 says, it's coming to terms with my end. It's my way of embracing my life. Oh, okay. So I think that would be a I get it. That's the last 20. I think I'm like Mitch in the last 3. I'm not sure, but sometimes it feels like that. But I appreciate you letting me know that. And Joni says, Mitch, I'm glad to help you and glad to help chat realize what I did. Yeah, that's fantastic. Mitch sent Marcus in Theta a link to join. Oh, I will. Oh, right now? We need an email address. You give me an email address, I'll send an invite. I wonder if anybody's ever published the link. Like, there's a link to this broadcast. I could copy it and put it in the chat. Anybody that wanted to could cut and paste it. And I wonder if that would just blow up StreamYard. I think there's a limit on how many people you can go on, so I think it would screw everything up. Juliana, what are you doing up? You're supposed to be sleeping, so I'm yelling, LOL. I mean, we're super happy to have you here anytime, but before I went on, you sent me a text and said, I'm not going to be able to make it because I'll be asleep, and here you are. And thank you for staying up. I love that you stayed up to hang out with us. So Marcus needs a whole stream, not so late in. Yeah, that's okay, good. Marcus, send me an email and we'll hook it up. They want to see us go on, so let's just do it. I mean, we should start doing just like irregular, surprising things like, hey, look who's on with me tonight, right? That would just be great. I think it would be another way that this community could express herself by like randomly showing up. Just because you're not a content creator, like I made this decision, like I have a book, I need to promote it. I'll go on YouTube. I know a lot about social media because I did all this marketing and stuff and worked for the church and planned campaigns and blah blah blah. And I want to be able to use that for a good purpose. It's funny. I mean, I am the person that in Independence Day when Jeff Goldblum said they're using our satellites against us. I want to be that guy. I want to be using their satellites against them. In other words, their technology and the experiences that I gained, and so on and so forth. So your support will help me do that because I am deadly serious about it and I'm passionate about it, and I'm not just here to like, make 10 cents and have fun. Okay, so this is Mitch. Marcus at In Theta is X Psi FYI. Okay, cool. I hope he's not one Marcus that I knew because I don't ever want to see that guy again. Okay, this is from Juliana at Goldie, but it's Saturday night. It'd be fun. Then they could schedule a whole stream. Yeah, okay, I'm totally happy to do it. I don't know him, but it doesn't matter. He's part of this community. I mean, like I spoke for an hour today with Joe DeCeppo, who I met because I watched her, and then she saw me. She sent me an email saying, hey, we should talk, and we went on Zoom and talked for an hour. And it was like, when you meet somebody and you're like, you're an old friend that I just met. Like you meet somebody and you're instantly old friends. And that's how I feel about you guys. We're like old friends that just met. So any wants to come on. This is Willie Weed, another SPTV channel gets its wings. Little Davy Club's the nearest body. Yeah. Yeah, if you're referring to wings as I got monetized, yeah, that is, you could put it that way. Okay, whoops. And Juliana says, everybody trying to tell Mitch who Marcus is and why he skips all of those, LOL. Okay, no, I get it. I get it. I sent him an email, responded, blah, 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 filming and working on broadcasting. Okay, so yeah, I get it. Plus, I always look back after the show and I read the stream, I read the chats, and I'll note down ones that I didn't answer, and I'll try to answer them next time because I think they deserve to be answered, and I'm just OCD about it. So it's just part of my mental illness. So yeah, I guess I'm skipping all of the text telling me who he is. I get it. He's an ex-Scientologist, and you guys all think he should come on, and I'm happy to have him. Yeah. So yeah. So the idea is we plan something and go on. Like he could come on. I don't know when. It just depends on what his schedule is. But I'm trying to get other people to join me on Saturday Night Confessional. So, which I might even someday confess something. My little puppy's locked outside. Oh, that's nice. Let's give a shout out to Juliana, who's like, she's got the covers up and she's got her phone and she's like doing that thing. Yeah, just when you pass out, Juliana, don't drool on your phone. I know I've made that mistake, and that can be a real ugly mess. Okay. Okay, here's a link from Goldie, an announcement new this week on Mike's blog. Mike Rinder, More Scientology Hypocrisy. You could pretty much, blindly name any story about them, More Hypocrisy, because that's kind of all they do. Okay, what does this mean? Okay, let me figure this out here. This is I think this is a puzzle. The paper lady is an ephemeral dealer or ephemeral hoarder. Okay, cool. The paper lady. Was that somebody who's out here? I'm like, let's break in and take over S&P. Yeah, I did. I mean, I took it over. I was in charge of it for a while, at least creatively. You don't want to do that. They have an HCO team that are like, they're like the Lebensborn, except they're not good looking. Like, if any of you watched The Man in the High Castle, the Philip K. Dick based TV series on Netflix, they did an episode where they introduced the Lebensborn. I never knew about them. That was a Nazi project to grow babies that were perfect Aryan specimens. And I'm not sure where they got the HCO team at S&P. I know that they came from Flag, but they were, these are the most horrible people in the world. I mean, they so yeah, you don't want to take that place over, but it would be fun. I have a friend who sent me photos. She was at a big event, a loud and proud event at a drag queening kind of event at a gay bar that's just across the street, again, a little east of S&P. Like from the front door of this bar, she took photos. First, she took photos of these queens on the stage. And I should pull them up and show you. It was just incredible. I mean, they were having so much fun, and the whole thing was just so exuberant. And then she turned a picture, and she turned around. And she took a picture of S&P. It was just right there, and you could see the lights on in David Miscavige's office. So if he was there, he would have been hearing the music from this Pride festival that was going on across the street. And I just really cracked up. We were both just giggling, like, I hope he heard it. Hey, Jacqueline Leach sent a very cryptic note watching Dave Brubeck. Oh my God, that's not cryptic at all. Yeah, watching Dave Brubeck play Take 5 black and white video on my partner's phone, Break Your Heart with Joy. That's unbelievable. I have that album. I have a few Dave Brubeck albums on my high-res DST player. That's the beer talking. So yeah, Hey, okay, here we go. Here's one from Patty B. Masterson Defense has asked for a new trial. A new trial? Oh, really? I have no idea. I mean, I have thoughts about Danny. I knew Danny. He was in a technical training film uh, back when he was 15 years old, and he did a good job for me in the film, but he was incredibly annoying and very difficult to be around. He's one of the center of the attention guys. Like if he's not, he has to keep working the room so that he's the loudest center of attention type person. And he was just incredibly annoying. So because I did that, then over the years, whenever I'd see him, we talk and, hey, we knew each other. The whole thing makes me sad. I hope that his conviction helps the victims. That's my main concern, is that they're able to somehow, that helps them heal, which is really the most important thing. I'm glad that he's out of commission, but it reminds me of how bad the human condition is, that individuals can become so broken that they respond to their own trauma and their own difficulties by inflicting such horrendous pain on other people. I don't think he's going to survive long once he finds his way to prison. I'm willing to bet, like we should start a betting pool. I don't think he's going to make it a year in prison. He's either going to off himself or goad somebody else into doing it. But I have no idea. Of course, they're going to ask for a new trial because those are good billable hours. They're going to milk him for all he's worth, for whatever he has left. And then when he gets to prison, they're going to just, tell his family, you need to start paying us or we're going to kill him, because that's what they do in prison. So the person that I really feel sorry for, the real sort of undiscussed victim in all this, is his daughter. I don't really know his family beyond, I know his mom a bit. I know Christopher. I knew Christopher and Jordy. I never knew Alana. The person that sort of nobody talks about is his young daughter. Sure, it's probably better that he's away from her because maybe he would be a threat to her, but I don't know, man. She's such a victim in this whole thing, and nobody's really talking about it. So it's kind of like you mentioned Masterson. It's like my heart goes out to his child, because that can't be easy, because she is like as much of a victim as any of those girls he drugged and raped. Because he's destroyed her life too. So thank you, Patty B. Thank you for the super chat. Jacqueline, thank you for the heart. Yeah, Joe DeCeppo is, and we literally got on Zoom and we talked for over an hour about just his art, the music and acoustic instruments. We just had this really great conversation, and she's like, please come on my channel. And I don't want to talk about my cult past. I just want to talk with you about all this other stuff. And I'm like, I would love that. And then I would love you to come on my channel and talk to us a little about, what her abusive past, which I think would be good for her. She's going to see this in the morning, by the way. So anybody that wants to, she promised me she'd watch it when she gets up. 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, which no, she's still asleep. And her instruments are incredible. I was so blown away at the quality of her work. She's a luthier. She makes mandolins and utes and all kinds of acoustic wood instruments dating back from the probably the Middle Ages. So we're going to say goodnight to Juliana. She's going to pull the covers up over her head, put her phone down, and have sweet dreams, Juliana. We'll talk to you soon. And this is in theta. Totally, I didn't get what that was in response to. We were one bad decision of mine away from working together. I got the invite to Gold. Oh, that's interesting. We need to hear more about that. Marilyn says, Joe is awesome. She'll be on my channel on Monday for part 2 of her story. Fantastic. I'm going to check it out. That's where I first saw her, with Marilyn, was on your channel. And I was so intrigued by all you guys. And I kind of wanted to meet you all and talk to you all, because I was just kind of, I was like, I'm not going to do it. But you guys were just so interesting. And then she reached out to me because she'd seen something I did. And then we hooked up on Zoom, and that was that. But yeah, that's on Monday. Yeah, I'm subscribed, so hopefully I'll get an alert on that. Tina in the less 20. Oh yeah. Uh, we don't have any bingo squares for tonight. Damn. So yeah, we need some bingo squares. Either that or we need a an SB Nation crossword puzzle, which those are different to do. And Johnny Cummings says, "I'm so glad Mitch is spreading his wings." Yeah, especially because there were certain individuals for years who were trying to clip them. So, and that was no fun at all. Thank you, Steve. Steve says it's not OCD. I have trouble even typing that. It's CDO. Okay. There's a joke in there, and I do get it. And this is in Theta. It says I'm free TT Tuesday through Thursday and Saturdays. Okay, great. And I'm assuming that's Marcus, right? So just shoot me an email, and so we can hammer out an agreement between your people and my people. Okay, so I'm worried about reading this, but I will. If you, Stanford Stevo says, if you ever want to chat with a never end, sign me up. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I'm like a slut at the prom. I'll go with anybody. So, whoa, that was a terrible joke. Let me unreel that because I guess I could slut shame myself. That's okay. But I think all you guys are so cool that I think any one of you would be a joy to just, even if for 5 minutes, just pop on and say, hey, I was just in the chat and now I'm on live and like blah, blah, blah. Like, I think it would be absolutely amazing. This is Tina Les 20 said, that's my old name on here. Oh, really? At the prom? That was your name? Wow, I maybe that's where I got that. Okay, you drove by the Baton Rouge Road today. I thought we were doing more lyrics from the Chris Christopherson song, Drove by Baton Rouge Road today, more faded than my jeans. Bobby sang the blues. Whatever, excuse my singing, but so what was it like? We want to know, were they having like I'm betting that they weren't having like a crawfish boil in the parking lot, right? Except maybe they were boiling one of the staff. Okay, the last content creator leaves to get a beer at 68 minutes in on bingo card. Oh, what would we do without Goldie? Yeah, okay. I got that one. I think I have a bingo. Yeah, take photos in your Webex, please. That would be great. Oh, I get it. Okay. Patty B clarifies Steve's comment. CDO is compulsive disorder obsessive. I think I can relate to that. Okay, here we go. Jody Cummings says, I think with the size of SBTV Nation, Xeno Nation, we can take down little baby Davy in Scientology. I think he's going to take himself down. I think what we should do is we should apply for UN status. Like we should have an SBTV Nation representative at the United Nations, don't you think? I mean, that would be, then we wouldn't even have to beat Davy. We could just get together and ban Scientology from existing in every country outside of the United States. And that would be a lot of fun. Oh, okay. So this is from Tessie Devil. Beautiful sunny Sunday afternoon in Tasmania. Life is good, and I am jealous because I would love to be in Tasmania. Yeah, Steve wants to make a very cogent note that Take 5 is a really difficult song to play because the time signature is quite unusual. Yeah, it's 5/4 time, right? Da 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 da. Yeah, it's 5/4 time, which is kind of trippy. I think, isn't that right, Steve? I'm not a musician. I just pretended to be one for a while. Goldie, Danny Masterson was annoying. Color me shocked. Goldie, you have no idea how annoying Danny Masterson was. I mean, he was like, it was everything you could do to control him. He played a doll. It's a long story, but in Scientology, they use, when you're training to be an auditor, they use big overstuffed dolls like the size of ventriloquist dummies, and you set the doll in a chair, or your twin holds the doll, and then you do your auditing. You drill to the doll, right, and that's what they do. So this Hubbard wrote this film, which was really kind of a cute idea. I have to hand it to him. Where at night the dolls in the academy, which is where you learn Scientology auditing, the lower levels of auditing, the dolls come to life and they audit each other. And one of the dolls, played by Danny Masterson, was a very out ethics. He was a very bad doll because he was distracted by this other doll named Goldie Dunn. So as a result of him being distracted, his auditing student became a poor auditor. He audited the what do you call it, the guy who was in charge of the org, and that guy, because of the bad auditing, got sick and ended up in the hospital. And like, auditing can neither help you nor make you sick, so the premise falls apart there. But the Danny Masterson doll freaks out and goes on the lam. That's an American idiom, means on the run from the cops. And he ends up hiding out in the attic of the org, where he finds a bunch of empty liquor bottles, and he gets addicted to sniffing them, because we all know dolls don't have stomachs, which is supposed to be a very funny line. And so he gets tracked down in the attic and reforms. And so Danny played this doll. It's really funny. And he was always trying to take over the set. Like he'd say, okay, we're all going to do a dance break, and he'd start dancing. And then he would do these like weird, like self-centered kind of things. He was an extremely precocious 15-year-old kid, and exhausting to be around. Hey, Caleb, are you hearing my puppy bark? Is that, I need to let him in. So, same message on color me shocked. Okay, play by ear. I guess that's Jacqueline, not related to Donovan. That would be a reference to maybe the Dave Brubeck song. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, I heard about this. In data at Joni, Cynthia was saying this case with the LDS could open the door for lawsuits to get past the brick wall Scientology has in front of it. I think that brick wall is going to start crumbling. I think there's going to be somehow some legal precedents are going to get established, because I think there's going to be a growing interest in, or a growing awareness that there's the First Amendment protections in America have loopholes which actually protect abusive organizations. And I think there's just going to be a reckoning with that. It's just a feeling that I have. And it's all going to come crumbling down in ways that we don't expect, like something like all of a sudden this LDS lawsuit or something, and then that'll start some dominoes falling. This is Paris Cashin. Can you put a link in the chat to join StreamYard? Yeah, I don't know if that's legal, but what the hell? So here's what it looks like. Here's what it looks like. You'd have to know how to use StreamYard in order to do this. It's pretty simple. It's basically using StreamYard. It's about as simple as pouring piss out of a boot, So anyway, so I put it in there. It's in the chat. Did you see it? I'm lost in the. So hold on one second. I don't know that you're actually allowed to do this, but here, watch. I'd hate to get in trouble just in my first 2 days of monetization. But check this out. How'd I do? There it is. I put it up as it's now a streaming banner. So that is actually the, here, hold on one second. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to have it not scroll. So yeah, this is it. I mean, that's it. That's the link. If you follow that link, you'll end up backstage on my broadcast, and then I'll take a look at you. And if you're not like naked and doing something stupid, maybe I'll let you in. Hey, Hold on. Just have another beer and go with it. Steve Britton says, just have another beer and go with it. I don't know what he's talking about, but he's whatever it is, it doesn't matter because he's right. That statement pretty much applies to anything in life. Um, Jessica Rutledge, I am tardy to the party. Hey, Mitch. Hey, Jessica. Now it's a party. I'm going to let my dog in. So if you wouldn't mind chatting among yourselves, or to my, you can talk to my headphones. There they are. Here. Okay, I'll be right back. Come on, Weston, you want to come in? Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Oh, good boy. There you go. Hey, come here. If you want to say hi to everybody, you got to come over here. Thank you so much. Where are we? Oh, I have to reset my mic. I'm just a half a beer and I'm just like wasted. Okay, so let me catch up here. Okay. Church of Scientology Scrabble. Patty B suggests Church of Scientology Scrabble. I would be down for that, as the kids say, or I would be up for that, as the adults say. So laughing I usually, and for me, yeah, I'm not going to say it, but yeah, okay, LMFAO, yeah, okay, that's okay. Oh, watch your language, Denver. Yeah, Johnny Cummins says, Mitch, you're ours. I'm happy to be yours. Okay, boys. Yes, they can, but okay, great. That's what we are. We're just, yeah, you're right about that. We can be. I mean, I'm like a slut for certain things, like Mexican beer. Like, sign me up. Yeah, so that's the stream. I haven't seen anybody take me up on the dare. So I'm still waiting for. God, I spaced out. I spaced her name. Lovely, yeah, the lovely. I'm lost. Okay, here we go. I'm catching up. I'm trying not to. You can't hear the puppy. Yeah, I can. I mean, I did. I was kind of ignoring him. I don't have a great hearing, so it's easy for me to ignore people. But he was out there like barking at the moon or coyotes or whatever. But he's in now. I think he's over. He's taking a nap. He's being a good boy. He's learned that when these lights are on and I'm talking to a mic, that he's going to get like zero love, so he doesn't even bother. But I do have to post this video. I don't have it on me, but he did the funniest thing the other day. He caught an OSA agent in my backyard, and it's really a funny video. I'll see if I can pull it up. I need to get the hell out of here. Whoa. Now I'm going to start missing everything. Okay, well, I'm going to prep that later and I'll show you guys because it's absolutely spectacular. My dog actually caught Osa trying to plant a bug in our backyard and chased them away. So we're going to move on here. Art imitating life. Okay. So true. Art, yeah. Tina in the last 20 says, art imitating life once more. Steve Britton says, maybe the zombie apocalypse has happened and your puppy is barking at them. Yeah, that's highly likely. But in this case, I wouldn't worry about it because the zombies were of a species that you could simply put your foot on and destroy. So it's like that. I think I got all the stars. Yeah, I did. I got them all. Okay, good. Thank God. My biggest fear in life is that I'll miss a super chat. I'm gonna have nightmares. Remember the dreams we used to have about like forgetting that to go to a class in college? Or, you ever have that dream where all of a sudden it's the last day of this? You're dreaming that it's the last day of the semester, and you realize there's an entire class that you missed the entire semester. So for me, that's like not acknowledging someone's super chat. Okay, here we go. This says, and now all hell is about to break loose. Ha ha, you won't get in trouble, Mitch. Yeah, I'm not. Trouble's my middle name. I don't really care much about Trouble. Did anybody? Oh, who's this? Hold on. Who is this? Oh, that's that's like ridiculous. That's that was that was a total technical glitch. I turned my other computer on, and then I showed up in my stream on another camera, and that I could add myself. That is so stupid. Um, so yeah, I need to get out of there. That could actually cause technical difficulties. I need to get that out of there. Okay, that's yeah. I'm going to leave the site on my other computer. Okay, good. Hold on. I'm confused. You should not drink and stream. There, I got rid of it. Okay, this is at your new name, by the way, Jacqueline, is Jacqueline, not related to Donovan Leach. Okay, musicians, I am just wondering if you bounce the breath on 5/4 on the sax. Do you stagger the breath like in singing? Okay, this is like such deep shit, but I'd like to know the answer to that. Musicians, if you bounce the breath in 5/4, okay, we need to know on the sax. Or do you stagger breath like singing? And I'm assuming she's, because I guess the 5 beats in a measure is odd. I guess that's what she means. So how do you end up coming back on the downbeat? Is that what you mean, Jacqueline? I think, am I understanding that? Okay, I should probably take that off of there. I seriously have no idea if that's like a no to do. Where's the banners? Now I don't even know how to get it off of there. Okay, whatever. We don't care. You don't even have to read the instructions on the heel. Yeah, exactly. It's so simple. It's like pouring piss out of a boot without having to read the instructions. I get you. Yeah, Dastardly Saboteur says, I'd love to see someone pop in. I know. It's like I've never seen anybody do that where they go, hey, anybody in the chat want to pop in? I mean, this is like a democracy. Like somebody asked me if I was going to do like, memberships like Patreon or YouTube or whatever. And I'm kind of, I was talking with Goldie about this. I guess we're a couple of socialists. I don't know. Sorry, Goldie. I'm not trying to offend you politically. We're not going to do politics. But I kind of don't want to do it because I hate the idea of having being connected to a community, but then you tier the community and you say, well, you're a little better than you because you pay $5 a month and you get even more because you pay $10 a month. I mean, the thing is, everybody gets whatever I have to offer. Everybody gets it. If you want to join a club and help support the effort to do that, then that's great for you and you should be able to enjoy the satisfaction and you will be acknowledged for doing so. But I don't think I'm capable of creating some platform because it feels kind of culty where you create like, well, there's people that enjoy my work on YouTube and then there's some that are a little more special than them. It's weird. I'm not ready to go there. I don't even know why I got into that. But yeah, my point is like that's a thing that I'd like to see happen. It's like maybe we should do a thing on Saturday night confessional where it's some sort of a roulette game and a person gets picked. It's like a truth or dare, and then they have to go on. They have to because everybody's got a camera on their computer, right? I mean, who doesn't? Or your phone. Anybody could just click the link and I let them in and they're going to pop into a window and they're going to be like, ah. So, and I've never seen anybody do that. It's probably been done. I haven't seen everything, but I think for this community, it would be really fun, especially on a Saturday night, to just pop in, stay for a minute. Maybe there's something you want to say, not with your fingers, but with, actual language. So yeah, I'm with you, Dastardly Saboteur. So you want to put your money where your mouth is there, young Mr. Saboteur? You want to like pop on? I mean, I gave you guys all the link. I'll put it back on. Oh, but while we're at it, let's not forget that you can support my journey to hold Scientology accountable. You can buy me a copy at, there it is right there. And if you're in the Studio City area, you can hit me up and I'll buy you a copy, a real one. Or I'll make you one on the, $700 espresso machine given to me by Golden Era Productions. because it's a pretty decent espresso machine. And there's the Indiegogo link. We are halfway past our goal, and so tomorrow I'm going to send the typesetter an email and say go. We're totally covered. I'm just a cheapskate with no income and a strike going on. I'm kind of like, do I want to pay the typesetter or do I want to eat? That's a tough decision. So here we go. We're back to chats. Oh, I got to turn that off. That's annoying. Sorry about that. And what was this one? This one was, that's if you want to pop in. That's it right there. Screenshot that puppy and stare at it, and then you never know. We should be able to just randomly pick somebody and say, you send me a link right now or you get the hell out, and then just be real dictatorial about it. Because I don't have any like Scientology news. I do, but it's in my book and I'm not going to talk about it until it comes out. Some really nasty stuff. Steve says he's a cheap drunk. That's why I don't drink beer very often. The upshot is it doesn't cost very much for me to get drunk. Oh, I get it. I don't get the reference of why you don't drink. Oh, because you'd rather drink some booze and just very little of it gets you drunk. Okay, I can work with that. From a standpoint of economics, I can see that. Okay, so 8 points of out R factor. Can we just talk about that name for the next half hour? 8 points of out R factor. Let's meet this doggy drama hushy pooch. I don't know what the doggy drama hushy pooch's story is. I think he's like taking a nap. And where's my phone? Here, let me. So let me just see if I can do something here that might give you guys a little bit of a blast. Something satisfying. Because my little puppy, he's not always, he's not always cooperative. Like he doesn't always like do the thing. Yeah, you know what I do? I'm going to prep some stuff. I have some video that's hysterical, and I have some photos, and I'll prep those. Actually, get them prepped and put them on the next stream because I didn't actually prep anything today to be presented. All I have is the stuff from Sterling this morning. A great conversation, and that's pretty much it. So I will get the dog on as soon as I can. The other thing is beagles. They don't like to be picked up. They're not lap dogs at all. They're like, whoa, what are you doing? Why are you picking me up? They are literally like that. And so here's a little message from Goldie. Join our hashtag Marilyn Hoden at Coffee, Cults, and Crafts for Sunday Fun Day tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. That's 8 o'clock my time. So I'll be catching that on the replay. Hey, look who's
Let
there.
me in, Brisker.
Yeah, you're in. What can I say?
I'm in.
Hey, Denver. Welcome to Saturday Night Confessional.
Thank you. I have something to confess.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell us.
I don't know. I got nothing. Really I love watching Mitch. I can't talk.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, there you go. Here we go. Thank you, Steve.
Cheers, everybody. Love being with Mitch Brisker on a Saturday night.
Yeah, I was going to go clubbing tonight, but I decided that I just didn't want to get carded all night. So I thought I'd stay home.
Well, glad you made this choice.
Yeah. Hey, Steve-O, this is from you. Coffee, Cults, and Crafts. Tee-hee-hee. You care to elaborate now that you're here? You've popped out of the Matrix, and you're in the real world, or the other way around?
Yeah. Well, it's a reference. Marilyn had made a comment that she missed my 12-year-old humor, so I gave her a little tee-hee-hee like a 12-year-old schoolgirl.
I got it. Because after all, ultimately, we all aspire to be in the character of. Hey, your lighting was looking better. What did you just do?
Oh, did you like the other?
Absolutely. We want to be directional, dramatic, side lit. Yeah, I like that. Now you're the Prince of Darkness.
Okay, there we go. I'll do that.
Yeah. So somebody said. Okay, so Steve wants us to know that he's tempted to hop on the stream tonight, but I'm not prepared in any way. So, okay, we don't need your stinking excuses, Steve.
That's
We
right.
want to see your face.
Britain's fun on stream. He
Is it Britain? Is that how he says it?
I rudely refer to him as Britain. I'm sure that's being a Canadian. I'm sure it bothers him, but no, he was on one of our
Cool.
he was on the chatathon where we were donating money to
Oh yeah, I
to
caught part
Mike.
of that.
the one to
I
Mike.
wasn't on it. Nobody invited me, but I definitely watched some of it.
I don't know if you were public for when we did the Mike Rinder one.
Oh, the Mike Rinder one. No, I was
No.
not. I mean, I was a rumor in my own time at that point.
There
I
you
was,
go.
yeah, I was a legend in my own room and a rumor in my own time. And Steve, he seems pretty resilient to me. I don't think he's too worried. Okay, I have to read Jessica's comment. My gal, Jessica Rutledge, Weston. Hey, a hound dog needs a good reason to bark. That is so true. This girl knows her beagles. She knows her hound dogs, baby. You ain't nothing but a hound dog. I mean, I didn't really think when I got Weston that I didn't realize I was getting a hound dog. And man, though, they have a bark. Jessica can tell you about it. They have a bark that is just like deafening. It's just like it's painful. So yes, all of us hound dogs, Jessica, need a reason to bark. And let me tell you, you are one of the reasons we bark. Okay.
Wow.
So here we go. There's a challenge for you, Steve. Do it.
Do it.
Just do it.
Get over here, Britain.
Yeah. We
right.
see if we can have a party here. Hell, okay, boy. Joni says, "Hell, I'm tempted." Joni, we would love nothing more than to see your beautiful face. But you don't have to. Like we're not a judgy group. You don't want to come on, don't come on.
No.
Right? If you come on, you'll be worshipped and loved and hugged and everything else. But if you don't, oh, there's the beer. Beer's coming up. Okay, 8 points of R factor. Ooh, what did I miss? LOL.
Ooh.
Oh, at 8 points. Marilyn Honig said that.
What didn't you miss, Marilyn?
Yeah, we ain't telling you, Marilyn. If you weren't here, you weren't here.
That's right.
It's your fuck. Okay, we got another one. Cullah B says, "Do it, Stephen. Do it." So you never should have spoken up with that. Well, I would, but I'm not prepared because you think people are going to buy that. And we got a Go Weston from Joni Cummins.
Go Weston.
He's a lucky little
Go
dog.
Weston. Go Weston. Go.
Did he poo on the OSA agent? No, Steve. He actually barked it to death. Like he literally barked at it until it died of fear.
Awesome.
Okay, here's a question for me. At Mitch Brisker, what is Scientology's attitude to alcohol and wasn't allowed? So it is absolutely allowed. CERC members, if given the opportunity, will drink themselves into an absolute blind stupor. They smoke like chimneys. They swear like sailors. It's shocking. But there's these rules. They're basically laid out in a little booklet that Hubbard wrote called "Advice to Persons Being Audited." And I know this advice very well because I made a film of the same name, which they show you before you're getting audited. And one of them is that if you're partaking of Scientology auditing, counseling, or study, like you're going to be on a course, you cannot have drank for 24 hours. The same goes for many medications, like over-the-counter medications, like Advil and aspirin and things like that. So no 24 hours. So it's really hard to ever get a drink. I mean, I know guys who were on solo knots, and hold on. Here's Joni. She's on. Joni, hey, how are you doing?
Hey.
You did it. You took the challenge.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks. So what part of the world are you in? Where are you? Where are you coming from? I know Denver's from Denver.
Guys.
Hey, hi.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was I saying? I was talking about. Okay, Steve says I've got nothing to talk about tonight. That's bullshit, Steve. You've been chatting nonstop.
Right.
You've been entering text, and you got nothing to talk. You mean not with your mouth? You got nothing to talk about. With your fingers, you got plenty to talk about, and it's all welcome, Steven. So don't worry about it.
Join us, sir.
So let me finish the thing about the alcohol. So then you could theoretically, if you could finish an auditing session, let's say on a Friday night or a course on a Friday night, and if you were coming back till Monday, then Friday night, Saturday night, you could get blasted. And then, you show up on Monday. I could tell you that I've never attended it, but there's a Hubbard tradition from the ship. The things they would do at Christmas, they would have one of the nights they'd have, I think it's called a bosun's party. It's a beer and cheese party, right? And the orgs would bring in for the staff members. They bring in like cases and cases of beer and cheese, and they have entertainment. And boy, these people get blasted, man. The closest I came to experiencing that was I kind of was stuck. It was New Year's Eve, Christmas Eve. It was I got stuck at S&P. We were working on something, and I was with two of the top execs there, and two women, and they had literally a couple of dozen of the miniature bottles of like whiskey, and they were just pouring them down. These two girls got so blasted, and you could see they were like, what do you call it when you're like medicinally drinking, like you're like, oh, and you're throwing it down. You're not enjoying it. You're throwing it down because you need.
Hi, kitty.
Oh, are you being attacked by cats?
No, I was showing my cat.
Oh, nice. So that's pretty much the attitude about alcohol. So, like they serve alcohol in the Scientology restaurants. They don't actually have liquor, but they serve wine and beer. So that's supposed to it's supposed to say, hey, we're normal. Okay, so we're moving on. Okay, we're losing someone. We're losing Donna Riyahi. I'm drifting. Exo. Good night, all. No, Donna.
Don't go, Donna.
Stay with us. Stay with us. We don't know what's going to happen when we all go away.
Stay with us. Stay with us. Stay with us. There you go.
So, yeah, okay. You're Steve Britton, Dastardly Saboteur says, Steve Britton, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. What? Like I got something to talk about? What?
Hey, Steve, I'm on.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I've just been gas bagging all night. So,
you can do it.
Yeah.
See in chat, he's giving us some excuse about the webcam acting up, but I think it's going to work the next time he reboots it here.
Oh, okay. Here we go. So Lynn Rich Bailey says, if I were you, I'd send that video to Aaron. Aaron, I'm sure he'd love to show his wide audience. What video are we talking about? What did I miss?
Oh, this is the video of the.
Oh, my dog.
Your dog.
My dog. Oh, yeah, I will. Actually, I just have to edit it down about Weston finding the OSA agent trying to bug my backyard. It was really funny. And I'm kind of kidding about that, maybe. Okay, this is my girl, Rev Girl. It was Mitch from another dimension. Yeah, I'm coming at you, Rev Girl, from as many dimensions as I can. So just be warned, okay?
Mitch has got game.
Yeah, for an old dude, man, I'm like putting it out there.
Mitch, you look good for your age.
106. Thank you.
I only like what, 60?
Something like that. That's close enough. We're moving on. Next question. Okay, what does this say? This is 8 points of out. 8 points of out R factor. At Marilyn Hodnick, Coffee, Cults, and Crafts. 2 quick updates to the Nation CWC posted earlier. Like he had something in the sun with a cooler, all good. Okay, so that's a coded message, not meant for all of us to understand, or maybe anybody to understand. But I have a duty and a responsibility as the owner of this channel to pass it on. Hey, Tassie, just opened a nice Merlot, wine o'clock. I was just going to say, isn't it Sunday in Tasmania? But I guess it's wine o'clock. That's interesting because in Studio City, California, it's beer o'clock. And again, I'm not sponsored, but this moment is brought to you by my favorite Mexican beer, Modelo. And there you have it. So
I'm of the belief that if you do that enough, somebody from Modelo is going to see.
yeah, they're
going to
reach out to me. Yeah, that would be great.
I've been trying to do it with coffee brands, so if you can do it with the beer, then I'll change my tactics. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to reach across. I mean, I literally checked. Like it's not a problem on YouTube because it's not for kids and it's beer and it's like,
right.
There's a bunch of people like doing it for. They're like kids showing themselves with beers and stuff, and it's just stupid. And we're certainly not promoting that. If anybody's, I should say, drink responsibly. If you're going to drink responsibly and don't drive. That's me trying to get my Modelo sponsorship.
Put your keys in the bowl.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what that means, right?
Tastier wine is tastier. Yeah. It is. But it's not as filling. Absolutely tastier, Rev Girl. You're so right. If I had a good Merlot or some rich rye, or if it was my favorite is Beaujolais Nouveau, only because I had the good fortune to land in Brussels in October at the outbreak when the Beaujolais Nouveau. I don't know if you guys know about this, but there's this wine that's Beaujolais. Everybody's heard of that, but there's a Beaujolais Nouveau. It's harvested every October. It's considered to be at vintage age, the year that it's like 1 year old. Like it's a very young wine. It's table wine and it's consumed young or it's no good. Like there's no vintage of Beaujolais Nouveau. You don't find like, oh, it's a 1986 Beaujolais Nouveau. You just throw that shit out because you can't drink it if it's more than a year old. But they have a festival in Europe. I guess any of you Europeans know that there's this massive festival all over Europe it lasts about 2 weeks. It's all about the Beaujolais Nouveau. And that stuff for me, that's my favorite wine, but you only get it like once a year in October and it only lasts a few months. So it's really a special thing, but I love it. I mean, I like Beaujolais, but so Rev Girl, I'm not totally wine illiterate. So, maybe there's still hope for me. I'm holding out for you. She keeps chatting away. So there's still hope for me. What is it? Looks like the guy taking apart an e-meter for you. Jan, I'm sorry, I got to put this up. I know what you're talking. Did somebody do like a disassembly of an e-meter video? That's really funny. Yeah, they open it up and it's like some 1960s Japanese transistor radio parts. Right. No, there's actually some really serious scientific crap going on in those e-meters, but they make them all in Taiwan. And they cost like $1.380 to manufacture, and then they sell them for like $5,000. So if that's a real thing, send us a link and we'll look at that video.
Did they used to make them at Golden Era?
Yeah, they did. When I first went up there, they had a division in the manufacturing building called HEM, H-E-M, which stood for, because nobody can acronym like Scientologists. They're like an acronym machine. They could beat AI at acronymization, if that's a word. And so HEM was Hubbard e-meter manufacturing, and it was just, whoever could do the mind-numbing work, soldering, and putting bores together. And then when the things were done, they tested them with an oscilloscope against a standard bunch of electronic impulses to make sure they were. Joni, you with us?
Yes, I am.
You're a rock star, Joni, for joining us. I'm like so thrilled. Leading the way. So yeah, they used to make them there, and then they did the new e-meters, whatever. Now the Mark 8s are made in Taiwan.
Okay.
And then they do some finishing on them. What's going on, Johnny? They do some finishing.
Eating a Mountain Dew.
Oh, nice. Okay, good. There you go. Mountain Dew. That calls for a swig.
Yeah.
So Joni's doing the Dew tonight, which is absolutely fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I think Denver Steve-O's on a coffee bench, and I'm enjoying a Modelo. I promised you guys a drinking game, did I not? I did, didn't I? Last time we said we're going to do it. Yeah, so I am if I'm anything, I'm a man of my word. Okay, so Patty B says, okay, Steve, shit, I was going to end the show. Now Steve says he's coming on, and I got to keep going. Damn. Okay, great, Steve. We're hanging out for you.
I'm using my phone, so.
What?
I'm using my cell phone, so
Oh yeah, so you're on your cell phone because it doesn't sound great, but we don't care.
yeah.
We're happy.
I'm on my cell phone, so sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
see how easy it
good.
is, guys. Like she's on her cell phone, like it's nothing.
Right.
Yeah, that's cool. It sounds like shit, but we don't care.
Mm-mm.
True. And for those who want to know, I'm from Vancouver, Washington.
Cool.
I was born in Salt Lake City, so.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so this is Joni says at Patty B, what are you using? I'm not
She
sure.
was asking about how to use the at symbol and get somebody's attention.
Oh,
She
okay.
wanted to talk to people directly.
Yeah, right. Thank you, dude.
Changed my mind.
Yeah. Okay. So that's actually how far behind the chats I am. I'm so far behind that I have a chat of Denver refusing to come on, and he's on. So it's like, I kind of need to catch up. Oh, whoa! Here's a question from my girl Tassie Devil. Hey, question, Mitch. Has your sense of humor always been this way? Your Twitter handle, bitch with an M, is hilarious. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've always had a kind of really wry, kind of twisted sense of humor. I've been told people try to beat it out of me, but it just never worked. But yeah, I just had to do bitch with an M. I'll tell you where that comes from. I met a lovely Italian young man who was an actor. I met him at Gold. He was a professional actor, and he very politely and with a great dignity and flair walked up to me to introduce himself, and he said, my name, in an Italian accent, I'm not even going to try to do it because I'm really horrible at impersonations, but in a thick who's that? Is that you, Joni, making all that noise?
Sorry about that.
It's okay. No, if you're going to make noise, just mute yourself and make all the noise you want.
Sorry.
It's okay. We love you. Don't worry about it. So this actor comes up to me and he says, my name is Dario. That's like Mario with an M. And I just popped into my head. I said, my name is Mitch. That's like bitch with an M. And I never thought about that before. And it just popped out of my mouth. So then I worked that into my branding, which is bitch with an M. Okay, good. That was such a self-interested conversation I had with myself. Okay, so you can buy Mitch a coffee. Thank you, Goldie. Or as I said, if you're in Studio City, come to my house and I'll make you a coffee. And for a guy,
Goldie, you're a doll.
Yeah, we love you, Goldie. It's always looking out for me. This woman has your back like you. Okay, Patty B says, tried several things. Nada. What does that mean? What did you try? Did you try to get on, Patty? Oh man, I would hate to not have you do that if you tried.
I wish I could explain. I tried.
Okay. So Jessica Rutledge, also known as My Girl Jessica, I need to know, I've never been on panel. I watch several channels that are panel platforms. They can get wild though. So what do you need to know, Jessica? You can always just hit a button and you're gone. So it's not like you're captured. It's not like being, taken away and probed by aliens. Well, maybe a little. I don't know. Yeah, maybe a little bit.
You're just there, and then say hi.
Yeah, Patty, do you see?
Yeah, I was trying to explain it to you then.
Oh, on StreamYard?
Not on StreamYard, but in the chat.
Yeah, I think you need to set up. Hey, Steve-O, don't you need to you do need to set up a free StreamYard account, or can you just accept an invitation without an account and go on? How does that work? I've never really gotten that far with it. Do you know?
I don't know.
If somebody just sends you an invitation.
I just followed your link, Mitch.
Oh yeah, because you don't have a free account on StreamYard?
No.
Okay, awesome. Then it's it's just that easy. You just put that link in your browser and you'll end up backstage and I'll see you.
Yeah.
And if I didn't pass out drunk on the floor, I'll let you in. Which probably means I'll let you in. Okay. So if you can email me the stream link, I'll hop on. Okay, hold on. Steven's going to come on, but he's going to make it difficult. What is your email address, Steve? Where do I email it to? Where
Steve,
do
Stephen, the link is in the chat.
is Goldie still here? Are you still here? Maybe she could help me out with this. Look, here's the link again. Can you? Hey, Steve, can you? I'm sorry, Steven, can you just copy that right now? I just put it in there. Can you just copy that?
He should just be able to click it. That should be a link on his side.
Yeah, just click it and come on in. I want to see if we can get up to Hollywood Squares numbers, and then we can actually play Hollywood Squares. I'll start popping some trivia questions about who is the first person we know of that David Miscavige punched in the face. And if you said Mark Fisher, you'd be right. So, I'm so far behind in the chat. I'm so sorry. I'll go back and read them later, and we'll get your questions answered somehow, because it's just like unfreaking believable. Okay, hold on. I got a couple of super chats I didn't handle, so to save myself from having nightmares about this. So Jacqueline Leach says, "Have a niacinamide on me." That was from Jacqueline, not related to Donovan Leach. Okay. By the way, somehow randomly, Jacqueline, this is for you. I happened to hear, it came on something, Donovan's Try and Catch the Wind, which I had forgotten about. And that song is a masterpiece. It really, I was so taken aback. I'm sure you're familiar with it. So thank you for that, Jacqueline. And here's Tassie Devil. And she says, is pour piss from a boot a Headleyism or just U.S. vernacular? Going to steal it. Perfect Aussie humor. By the way, Tassie and Aussie are Tassie and Aussie when spoken. Of course, I should have known that, working with all of those Aussies and otherwise from Gold. There's a lot of Australians. Okay, so Tassie, it's an Americanism, and it goes like this. That person couldn't pour piss out of a boot if the directions were on the bottom of the boot, on the heel or the sole or whatever. It's kind of an Americanism, but it works in Australia. Stupid. He couldn't pour piss out of a boot if it was written on those heel, whatever. I can only really bad. I hope my kid's not listening. He's going to just excoriate me for trying to do impersonations. I mean, the only one I could do is Mel Gibson from what was it from Mel Gibson from the famous
Which Mel Gibson?
Mad Max?
No, yeah, Mad Max, which is I saw a vehicle not 2 days ago that all that tanker. You want to get out of here? You talk to me. So that's only Aussie line I know, and I couldn't ever say it except I work with this one Australian. He drilled me for like 10 weeks, and he said, "No, you don't understand. You're saying talk. It's not talk. It's T-O-R-K. It's torque. You want to get out of here? You torque to me." And I'm like, "Oh, I get it." So that became my Rosetta Stone for understanding the Australian accent. Okay, enough of that. But thank you very much, Tassie. And that's not a Headleyism. It sounds like something Mark would say, but it's not. But it's not to take anything away from Mark. That's for sure. Okay, let's go back to the live chat and see what we got here. Nada is Spanish for okay. This is Patty B. They're saying, "Oh boy, now hold on. I need to back up a little bit." Yeah, so 8 points of Kiwis too, definitely. There's a lot of Kiwis and a lot of Aussies because a bunch of them left back in whenever that was in the 60s when Scientology was outlawed in Victoria in the state. And, like 200 families moved to St. Hill. And so you had a big Aussie Kiwi influx. And what else do we have here? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on.
Koala bears too.
Sorry, Steve.
Oh, there
hello.
Okay, that's not fair. You have all kinds of cool shit. I'm just kicking you out. No. I'm just kidding. I'm like, So you're like in here to just claim technological supremacy, right? And just shame us all.
Oh, is that
Right.
what they call it nowadays?
That's what I call it, or I guess as Reese would call it, a big swinging dick. But that's okay. Hold on a second. I lost Joni. Let's add her. Look at this. It's
Hey,
the party. Hey, welcome. Oh my God, we've been on 2.5 hours. This is awesome.
So what's with
Welcome.
the camera like 400 feet away from you there?
I just like to have a bigger view of my working space.
Okay.
That's nice. You have too much headroom, cinematographically speaking. I have to correct people in this all the time. Like you are in almost the bottom half. No, there you go. Keep going. Keep going. We want to see the crack pipe. There it is. There it is. Right, it's the crack pipe right in the foreground. Okay. Yeah.
Where is that?
Yeah. You want to get your crack pipe out of the way before you, and the hammer. That's a
It's
much
a hammer.
better. That's a. I thought it was a crack pipe. Silly me. Anyway, Stephen, that's frame is much better now.
All right. I could
Look at
probably
you.
tilt up a little bit, but the camera's over there and I can't be bothered.
Yeah. What kind of camera are you using?
A Logitech Brio.
A which?
A Logitech Brio.
Oh, it's an actual webcam.
Yeah, 4K.
Yeah, 4K. Whoa, 4K. I'm only streaming. But what are you streaming in?
720.
Yeah, there you go. So what do you need a 4K camera for? I'm streaming in 720 because I refuse to pay StreamYard another $10 a month so I can stream in 1080p. But 720 looks great.
I'll do it for use it for when I do my own like recorded videos and stuff. I've got
Yeah.
a whole
Because
green screen setup that I'm going to be using around here. So
boy, awesome.
Nice.
yeah,
Awesome.
I'll be filming probably my first video tomorrow, actually. So we'll see.
And what is the subject matter of your video?
Climate change?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Since
I'm going to debunk a guy's debunking of a debunk.
Okay, so this is a reaction video to a reaction video of a reaction video.
Yeah, we'll call it a meta reaction.
Oh, I got it. Or hyper. I'm going to download yours, and I'm going to do a hyper meta reaction.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, since I'm slightly to the right of Attila the Hun, and I make no bones about it, I think.
Okay. Well, I have to take you out.
Interesting discussion.
I have to take you out now. You can't be on my chat.
Oh, I see. Okay.
No,
Bye.
We're totally inclusive here. We're totally inclusive.
Do you guys see an Osa Poo logo back behind his shoulder? What is that I see?
That is a picture of myself and my daughter.
Oh, sorry.
Oh my God! In the distance, it looks like the poo
emoji. Yes.
Yeah. No, it's we'd gone fishing years ago, and that was one of the fish that my daughter caught. She's actually caught more fish than I have, and
well,
it's funny
would hope so.
She was perfectly willing to eat the fish. She was perfectly willing to reel the thing in, but you think she would touch it? I had to touch the fish.
Oh, nice. I'm guessing she didn't gut it and scale it or any of those other things.
I still won't do any of that.
Yeah. So, okay, good. We're not going to go into a climate change hole. That's for sure.
No,
okay. Okay. Now, hold on. Somebody has a question. CC has a question. Not just anybody. CC has a question.
CC.
Do you know Michael Silverman? Someone needs to film his card tricks. I don't. I've not heard of him. I don't know who he is. Who's Michael Silverman? Stephen, do you know something you need to share with us?
I wish I could start comments. Dastardly Saboteur writes, foot and mouth, Denver Stevo.
Yeah. Is that the poo emoji? No, it's my daughter.
That was the poo emoji comment.
That was just like, hey, Goldie, you want to mark that down as a bingo square? Is that the poo emoji? No, it's my daughter. I think we need to keep that one. That's very good. Okay, so, but I need to deal with. So, who is Michael Silverman? Does anybody know? No, I know, but come on, it's like.
I don't.
TIFF 45.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to
I
take
TIFF 45.
They did 45. TIFF 45.
I'm just.
There we go.
Oh my God, that was just completely hairy. So somebody needs to come up with the information about who Michael Silverman is so that we can actually fulfill this request to film his card tricks. No, this is interesting. Gregory Nietsky says there is a saying, throw him in a barrel of boobs and he would come up sucking his thumb. Oh, that's a good one. Like, he's so stupid.
That's great.
If you threw him in a barrel of boobs, he'd come up sucking his thumb.
Jim
Well, you know,
Carrey from Dumb and Dumber.
I'll tell you, Gregory, there's one of the fallibilities of a man is that if you give them too many choices, they'll inevitably make the wrong one. So it's you have to just lessen the choices. If you threw him in a barrel with a boob, he'd be okay. But I think it's the confusion of the multiplicity of boobs. I mean, that's like you know, a multiverse of boobs. It's not something I would necessarily want to have to make a decision about. Hold on. So nada is a Spanish for nothing. So I was trying a suggestion and nothing happened, but it's sorted out now. Why now? Sorted out why now? Okay. Yeah, I guess there's people that don't live on the West Coast that don't speak Spanish like we all do.
No comprendo.
Yeah. CC. So here's something from Aaron. From Aaron, what's inside an e-meter? Okay, I think didn't they do that one once before, or is that a replay, or is that a new what's inside an e-meter? Mostly air. I've seen inside of them. I've made films about e-meters. And what else do we got here? Okay, so in Afrikaans, now we're going to speak some Afrikaans. Gregory Nietsky says in Afrikaans, "Moed nuit die bull milk." Oh, don't milk the bull. Oh, that's good.
Wow.
That's really, yeah, don't milk the bull.
I just learned something new.
Yeah. Oh my God. Check this out. Clearwater, Gettysburg, still awake in Gettysburg. Nice.
Wow.
Okay, so let's move on here. Okay, so let's see if I can make sense of this. So Patty B clarifies, you missed the explanation. I was trying to respond easily to people in the chat. I'm on an iPad, and it simply doesn't do it. Sorry for all the confusing nonsense. So being on my stream means never having to apologize for anything. I love it. Other never-ends, Joni and Stephen. Yeah, I'm like surrounded by never-ends. This is like being surrounded in a cushy layer of wonderful, warm love.
Oh, I was in an MLM company once. Does that count?
It kind of does.
That kind of depends. It could, but it kind of depends. It's Stephen.
So
yeah, it mostly has to do with how you identify, Stephen. Like,
well, I'm out of it now, so
okay. So if you don't, if you identify with it as having been a member of a high control group, which caused you to suffer trauma or some other kind of emotional, or cause otherwise some kind of emotional scar that you need to work through, then that would qualify you.
I just wasted a lot of time and lost time of saving for retirement.
Oh yeah, that's. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
so what do we? Yeah, exactly. So what do we got here? What is this? This says Gregory Nietsky. When you get older, you can't tell the difference between 720 and higher. Okay, I think that's I think that's a puzzle. Does anybody understand that between 720 and higher?
Yeah, he's talking about your resolution.
420. Oh,
720.
Oh, 720
DPI.
resolution
Versus, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's probably true. I mean, I stream with a DSLR, and I've got a big honking lens, and so 720 can look different.
You get some nice depth of field with that.
Yeah, because which gives what's called a parent focus. It makes me seem more in focus because my background is out of focus, and my foreground is out of focus. My hand's out of focus, so I'm in a narrow.
Yeah, very shallow.
Yeah, a narrow shallow focus, which then creates an apparency. See, you guys have these wide lenses where everything's in focus, right? Like it's in focus like this. I put my hand up here, it's totally out of focus. If I go back here behind my head, it's totally out of focus. Okay.
Canon or Nikon?
Sorry?
Canon or Nikon?
No, it's a Nikon. It's actually an older camera. It was one of the first Nikon video streaming cameras. It's a D800. You can pick them up for about $700 without a lens, and it's really a good camera because this is geeky, but it allows you, if you pop the cards, the memory cards out of it, and you put in an HDMI cable, you can go straight into like I use like a 4K capture card, and it'll stream raw video straight from the chip with no compression. Well, a little compression. You know about color space, like it's 422 compression. So the pure raw video would be 444. That's chrominance, luminance. What's the third one, Steve? Do you know? I forget. It's 4 bits of
Gamma.
chrominance. Yeah, gamma. I think gamma. Yeah, would be gray, white to black. So it's chrominance, luminance. It's the color scale, the brightness, and then the gray scale. The highest you could get is called 444, and my camera outputs what's called 422, which is
Nice.
super high quality. So and then I stream it at 720, so it's always going to look better. So I really, if you want to look good, you got to get yourself a big piece of glass that you can set the f-stop on and get yourself some narrow focus, because the phones and most webcams, they have very wide lenses, and so everything's in focus. So you don't get what we call selective focus, which makes a big difference.
I think
Like
I can do everything you say with my ZV-E10. I've got a Sony here, and I think I
Does
can
it have-
do all of that.
Does it have a lens that comes? Isn't it like
It has a
camera?
removable lens. I've
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
I've got a fixed 11 millimeter on right now with about about 2 feet from my face.
Yeah. So, but what is the size of the chip? Do you know this?
I don't off the top of my
Yeah.
head. I'll have to look. I'll double check that.
Yeah, because this camera has a 32.5 megapixel chip. Like the chip in this Nikon is the size of 35 millimeter film. So it's a
Oh, yeah.
big honking chip.
Yeah.
It's like where,
Yeah, Rev Girl says, getting a little technical, guys. This, my friends, is
Well,
what's
we
known
were
as
hoping that
inside
you-
baseball.
hey, listen, Red Girl, listen. If you want to have this, if you want to look like this, hit me up, man. I'll teach you how to do it for a song. Sorry to be so technical. You know how guys are. We're like,
I have a
All
Canon
geeky now?
Digital Rebel.
yeah, we're just swinging our things.
Or
and
that
going,
tape in
"Ah."
my glasses. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, can I borrow one of those pens from your pen protector, Steve?
Hey, take it as a compliment.
Yeah, okay. 8 points of R factor says it shows the rinkings in your back hang. Oh, yeah. He is talking about the waves
Backdrop.
in my backdrop. That's kind of because the lighting is a little side lit. Here, let me adjust that real quick. I bet I can get it on there. That should probably get see now, yeah, a little bit. They're a little bit better. It's just when you side light it, it picks up the contours of it.
Right.
But somebody said they didn't mind that. Did you guys all see the photos that I put? I still have them. The photos. I think I got rid of them. Yeah, I did. Too bad. The photos I put up of the backdrop, the close-up photos. Did you guys see this?
Is it
Anybody?
canvas or muslin?
The thing behind me.
Yeah.
It's I was painted on raw muslin.
Okay.
On a raw.
Hand painted, probably.
Sorry.
Hand
Probably.
painted, probably.
100% hand painted over
Yeah.
a period of about 2 weeks, with
Wow.
me coming and daily
Nice.
giving direction and saying, no, you need a little turquoise, you need a little, how about, do you have any like gold automotive paint? It just like went on for days and days. That's why
With
when they were
glitter.
going to throw it away, when they couldn't store it.
Oh,
the
do you know how
person-
valuable those things are?
Yeah, but this was up at Gold, and they had hundreds. It was painted by a Sea Org slave. She's making 46 cents an hour. But yeah, and this thing was like, it was probably 12 feet high by 20 feet wide. Yeah, Mr. Bill knows.
Mr. Bill knows.
Hell yeah. Yeah, Mr. Bill definitely knows. So, yeah, they just
Love
didn't
that
have
thing.
room to store it because they had hundreds of, let me see where the hell this thing is. They had hundreds of backdrops, so they were going to like lose it. And so, she came to me and she said, hey, I'm trying to think. For some reason, I should have left it set up in StreamYard, but I took it out of there, and now I'm trying to think, where the hell is it?
It
What
is
did I-
nothing like a paint drop cloth. 8
This-
points out of
sorry,
our
say it
R
again.
factor. It is nothing like a paint drop cloth. 8 points out of our factor.
Yeah, but we were
Yeah,
gonna do it. We were gonna
yeah.
do it as like a Jackson Pollock. Just some nice splatter.
Yeah, no,
Throw it
this
in there.
thing is millions of little specks of paint of
Yeah.
all different colors, mostly warm tones. but
Yes.
there's also some complementary colors. There's some turquoise, like verdigris, and then there's some golden yellow. It's just all over the place and all kinds
Yeah.
of textures. And
It's really amazing.
I mean,
These
she
are
really.
designed to be, sorry, Mitch, these are
Sorry?
designed to be totally neutral. So you can stand anybody wearing anything at any time in front of them and it'll look good.
What, this backdrop?
Yeah, backdrops like that. I work in
Yeah.
photography.
Yeah.
I'm not
well,
a photographer, but I work
yeah,
with one.
Yeah, I'm not a doctor, but I give free breast examinations. Oh God, I'm so sorry. That was just
Hey,
really a
I'm
bad.
down with that.
Yeah, that was. I'm sorry. That was chauvinistic. It was like, I'm really sorry. I couldn't.
It's all good by me. It's all good by me.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, because fortunately, we're not in the same room, so that pics of the backdrop are awesome at 40 minutes in your stream. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Here they are. I'll put them on again sometime. But the Tassie Devil said the pics of the backdrop were awesome at 40 minutes into your stream. So beautiful. It was really amazing. Okay. There's some private chats I'm not going to read because they're private. Okay.
Your private chatter, a chatter for money.
Okay, so hold on. Here's an informed comment. Oh my God, no. whoops,
OMG,
wrong-
yeah.
we're wrong one. Jeff says, interesting. The director and Mr. Britain are framing the rule of thirds. I guess we're sort of, I mean, yeah, I guess Here, there we go.
Wait till we start going on about the golden ratio.
Yeah, now we're more in that whole thing. But no, this backdrop, Stephen, was I had it done for a very specific reason. I needed to interview some guys from the LA Galaxy soccer team. I was doing like some a tie-in with this human rights thing that Scientology sponsors. So I had it specifically painted to put a stool in front of it and then interview them. So, and then it just got put away. And then, I don't know, a couple of years later, the artist who did it, who had been labor trafficked to gold and kept there for years so that nobody would discover that she'd pulled the wool over Scientology management eyes and had lied about her org statistics and had won a bunch of awards. So they needed to get her the hell out of town. So they labor trafficked her up to gold. She'd been an artist before she got into Scientology. So she ended up as a set painter, and she's a wonderful person. Her name is Vibke Hansen. And I kind of used the backdrop a little bit as a tribute to her. And, I didn't know any of this. You guys all heard the story. I'm just repeating. I didn't know this until after I left Scientology. And when I asked about her, because I thought she was such an interesting person, because she joined the Sea Org at a middle age, which is very rare. That's a young person's thing. By the time you're 50 or however old she was when she joined, you're seasoned enough to know that you're just being taken advantage of. Like 50-year-olds don't join the Sea Org. And I was told she was an empty nester and she was OT8. And so she wanted to spend the rest of her days on Earth working for the Sea Org. And it was a total fucking lie. Nobody told me that. Question, where's the link to your fundraiser? Hold on. Nobody told me, she was labor trafficked up here. Miss Gavage forced her to join the Sea Org or threatened to kick her out of Scientology. And so, she's been up here. No one knows where she is. I think Mike Rinder reported on it first. I read about her on his blog. Her brother was partially responsible for producing a German documentary about her going missing. And this was in the late 90s. And I remember being at Gold and people saying, oh, that German camera crew is here again. And I never knew what it was. And it was literally this woman's brother with a camera crew making a documentary about her disappearance. So it's really crazy. There's the Indiegogo thing. I think the campaign is called, Scientology, the Big Lie, or whatever my name. I think it won't be too hard to find, but that's it. And that's paying for the typesetting and the final layout to get done so I can get it submitted to Amazon. I'm going to hold off on a little bit because I want Liz Gale's book to have plenty of space. I think it's, I'm going to wait until I'm going to make sure her book gets everything it should get, because I've read some of it. I just ordered it today, and it seems she's super creative, and she smoked a lot of weed, herself. So she writes differently than I did. I did a lot of heroin when I was young. Gail smoked a lot of weed. So, we do very different thing. And I think you guys are going to dig it. So it's definitely a different take on things. But yeah. Okay.
I'm reading
So
comments again.
this is, Jeff. It's funny because when Reese started using her basement, she framed the same way and didn't even know it. And it looked great to me. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing more boring than somebody sitting in the center of their frame. It's always good to be off center. Steve's off center because
I'm just strange.
What's that?
I'm just strange. Or are you talking about?
Yeah,
Denver
he's just
Steve-O?
weird.
Yeah.
The Denver Steve is just he gets it. He's like, oh no, I'm not getting in the center. The center is just taboo.
Center's bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a no-no.
Plus, I have my Sleeping with Steve-O pillow over here. Available available on the Denver Steve-O merch
Is that what
shop.
that is?
It's www.denversteve-o.com.
Okay, Steve, that's it. We're not here to sell stuff. I'm taking you out of the stream. Okay. Sorry, Steve.
Oh, I'm
You're
down here
back.
now. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
Steve, behave yourself. I put you down in the basement for a
I'll
reason.
get you, Mitch.
No, you can sell your stuff. I'm sorry. I'm
kidding. I'm just it's actually that's why I put it there was to for me to be off center. It to
yeah, but
be
Steve,
in
can you
for
put
bit.
some goddamn light on it? You need to put a little effects.
I do.
Light
I
on
need
it.
a little spotter, a little something.
Yeah,
on
you
there.
just need to throw a little bit of light, rake it with a little bit of light, move it forward into the light. You have some light spilling on your desk. That's what I'm talking about. Now, not too bright, or it'll
That's
split
much
the
better.
attention and it'll take it off you. Okay, whoops, sorry.
Well, I like
Yeah.
that a little better on me though, or how
Yeah, no, it's good. It's a little too bright because I don't know what to look at
It
now.
is
I
a
don't know.
little too bright on that, isn't it?
It's just the white is a little too bright. Like if you didn't have that white behind it, it would be perfect. So yeah, I saw the thing with Reese in her chair. Like she thought, oh, but the chair, it's like, and so basically she's saying that's my taste. Okay, this is what it means. I got to answer. So you glossed over the big honking lens meme that's just been created. Claim it now before it's too late. Okay, hold on. Let me back up. Okay, so this was because so
Really, Bibble.
what did I miss here? I'm not finding it. You guys did a meme on the big honking lens.
No, I think your words just created one mythically, and so now there needs to be that meme.
This brings a new definition to the term lens envy.
Yeah, lens envy. That's what we have. Okay, so here's Paris Cashin. Is that your name, Paris Cashin? Wow, I love that. So Paris Cashin. Oh my God, the documentary from Germany is on the channel German News. Yeah, they would say it twice. It's also on YouTube. It's called Missing in Happy Valley. I think Paris Cashin, that's the one we're talking about.
Interesting.
Oh, and hey, Steve-O, this is for you.
Poop
8
pillow.
points of R factor calls it a poop pillow. See, that's really nice. Can you turn it a little more into the light, Steve? Just face it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Clock it so the light is kind of raking it sideways.
But let me clarify what 8 points is saying here. It's not a poo pillow with an H, because that would be a Winnie the Pooh pillow.
Right.
This is a poo pillow without the H, because that's a out your butt pillow.
Poo.
Poo.
Well, you didn't have to say that, Devin.
Yeah, I of course I didn't. That's my thing. I say what needs not be said.
Should we call you Denver or Steve-O or Pooh?
On my first ever stream, I said people call me Denver, people call me Steve-O, people call me Denver Steve-O. I could care less. Just
good.
know my real name is not Steve-O. So
Yeah,
whatever.
and it's not Pooh Pillow
It's not
or
Pooh Pillow.
Denver.
Right. So
Okay.
call me what you will.
Okay,
Tonight, let's call him
245.
Denver Steve because I'm on here.
Right, and 245 is on the vibe, and she's enjoying this. Yeah, we're trying to make it fun.
A little bit more. Is that good? Or we think a little bit more with the.
Oh, that's awesome, Steve.
Okay.
That's awesome. That is like so good.
Done.
You nailed it because look,
Okay.
I wish you could get the white out from behind it, because what you have now is his eyes are like hot, and that's just really what you want to see. You want to see those googly eyes because that's what's like. He looks like he's looking at your midsection and going, "What the fuck?"
He might
And-
be.
Which makes
He
it
is. I see it. I see it.
Yeah, he's like, "Whoa, what? What am I looking at?" And that's kind of like.
I'm going
really
to tell you
funny.
what else. It took some of that light. Oops, over there on this side. It took a little bit of that light off of this side of my face, so it gives me a little bit more of that
Yeah, yeah.
shadow. That
You're now being lit from your. How do I do this? Which side is it?
Key light.
Your camera, what we call camera left side, which is really your right side, but it's your camera left side is what I see as your left. Other side.
no, my camera left over here.
No. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
this side. Yeah,
Left side of the screen would be
Left
your
side.
camera left side.
gotcha.
So if you were in front of my camera and I said, "Steve, can you move camera left?" That would mean to your right. It's great to do that to new actors. You just really fuck them up. You just go real quick, catch them off guard. You go, "Can you move a little camera left?" And they're like, you need to remember
Which way?
Yeah, exactly. And they move the wrong way, and you say, "No, your other left."
It's
That's where that comes from.
it's similar on the stage, right? The stage left, stage right kind of thing.
Exactly.
As
It's
opposed to
exactly the
Why
same.
don't they just say your left and your
no,
right?
no. We have to.
Yeah,
they
this
have
is
to learn.
actually true. This is actually true. I'm like obsessive about it. I did the thing with Sterling today, and the whole stream, he was like, I can't move my camera, but
love
he
it,
was
though.
like this the whole thing. Right, and I kept going, and I was going completely nuts. Like, should I tell him? Should I tell him I don't want to embarrass him? I know
Tell
him.
him.
He's such an amazing person. So then at the end of the stream, we're still online and we're chatting, and I said, "Hey, Sterling, can you do me a favor? Just you like half the frame is above you is empty, all this headroom." And he tilted it down, and he looked so great. And all of a sudden, the frame opened up, and you felt like you were really there with him. And he's like, "Hey, thanks, man." Because he has a stream in the morning with somebody else tomorrow. So he doesn't know he's getting a bill for that, but it's not much. He won't be too shocked. But yeah, no, I'm obsessive. What did I do here? Yeah, here it is. I wanted to put this up. Even on YouTube, Mitch can't keep directing a shot. Yeah, it's true. And I'm not going to apologize for it. It's just, I'm never going to stop. I'm sure at my own funeral, I'm going to leave directions for people like, okay, I want this guy to stand camera left, this guy to stand camera right. This is okay. Yeah, I'm hopeless, Jeff. I am so hopeless, and I
As long
appreciate
as you
the
don't get in
love.
trouble with the Directors Union.
Sorry?
The Directors Guild. As long as you don't get into trouble with the Directors Guild.
Oh, I'm not. They don't
So
actually. Yeah, because you can't get in trouble with SAG or the Directors Guild if you are representing yourself. If you're playing yourself, all the rules are off.
Oh,
It's only when you're playing a character for somebody else and they're paying you money that you have to follow all these rules. I don't know if you guys remember, but years and years ago, the Chrysler Motor Company went bankrupt in America. And the president of Chrysler, it was probably in the late 70s, early 80s.
oh, that was when they brought in Iacocca.
Yeah, Lee Iacocca came in, and then he went on TV and became a spokesperson and did all their ads.
Right.
And people wondered about that, but the thing is that you don't have to be paid if it's you. Like SAG can't say, no, you have to pay Lee Iacocca for playing Lee Iacocca. It's like a big exception. So,
How about Patrick Stewart on Extras?
I say that again?
Patrick Stewart on
Yeah.
Extras playing a caricature of himself.
How would that? What do you ask? Is there a question in there about climate change?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. How would that affect the climate?
Yeah.
Is it all the hot air? No, Patrick Stewart on Extras with Ricky Gervais played a caricature of himself. An absolute pervert, actually, but
Yeah,
kept
but no,
asking if there is nudity in movies.
But he's performing a role, so that would fall under the auspices. Yeah, that would absolutely fall under their auspices. Lynn Banahan says, face, blue, smiling. Mitch, always the director. Yeah, unfortunately. I think Aaron and Reese should invite Mitch to their next drinking session. Can you imagine? I don't know. I don't think I don't think they like me, and it's nothing against them, but I think I'm really off-brand for them because I'm a first gen, and we're the ones that owe the second gens an apology. Sorry about it. We're like, sorry guys,
I don't
So
think they dislike you.
Yeah, I don't think so either. But I think there is kind of I might be off brand for them. I'd love to join them. I love them both. Aaron has helped so many people, and like I started to say, I consider him the founding father. I mean, he is our George Washington. He founded the SB Nation. So
He was actually the first channel I subscribed to.
Me?
No, Aaron's. And then I found you through Aaron.
Yeah. So he's like he's going down in history. Like when this party's over and Scientology is like sinks into the ocean, I am going to personally take charge of erecting a statue of Aaron Smith Levin in whatever our Independence Park is, right, where we go and we celebrate the end of Scientology. He deserves to have a statue. He's a very funny, very talented guy. I have huge respect for what he's accomplished and how he's able to do it.
You erect that statue at the ruins of Big Blue.
Sorry?
Oh, yeah.
You erect the statue in the ruins of Big Blue.
Yeah, in the ruins. It'll be like, out of the ruins, there'll be a statue there. Right. All that will be left of the complex is a big statue of Aaron Smith Levin with a plaque that says, "What do I know? I grew up in a cult."
Like Kevin Costner and the Postman, that big statue.
Yeah, exactly.
That was erected.
Exactly.
That's hilarious.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I'll bet Aaron's is awfully late where he is right now, but I'll bet his ears are burning up. I hope they are.
Oh God, yeah.
He's probably
I don't have Patty B says Mitch's epitaph. Last looks. No, I actually have already written my epitaph. It's one word: cut. Okay.
That's good.
So I've wondered if I should have what do they call that? A phrase, like a catchphrase. Aaron has a great catchphrase. What do I know? I grew up in a cult. I used to say, what do I know? I went to art school, but that kind of doesn't work in this context because it's just like everybody's like, you know a lot because you. So.
You're a great teacher. I'm learning a lot from you.
Well, thank you very much. You're a great student and a good friend. They like you. They just have a thing going on. Oh, what does that mean?
Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah, there's multiple layers to that.
Yeah, well, and I don't know that they're intentional. I mean, they're a great. No. They like remind me of George and Gracie. Do you guys know who I mean? George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Yes.
You know, Stephen, because you're old enough. I think you're a boomer like me.
No, I'm not a boomer.
Oh no! Really?
I'm a Gen Xer.
You're a Gen X. Okay, so you're born.
I'm a millennial, so.
Yeah, I think I'm the only boomer. You know, I was gonna brand myself as clueless boomer. Because I'm obviously not clueless, and I thought it would be ironic, but my kid said, fuck you, I'm going to divorce you if you do that, because that's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Thank God I have smart kids, at least one. Okay, so this says I'm finding my groove. Okay, Patty B, say goodnight, Mitch. Good night, Mitch.
Hi, Patty.
Good night, Patty.
No, Patty, that was brilliant. She just made a George Burns reference. And I think I'm the only one that got it, Patty.
No, I just got it.
You got it?
No, I got it.
Because
I got it. I just have to make a joke out of it.
Yeah, on the TV show, say goodnight, Mitch. Good night, Mitch. On the TV show, at the end of every show, George Burns would say to his wife, say goodnight, Gracie. And she'd say, goodnight, Gracie. Yeah, so Jeff's a boomer. Right, Jeff. Boomers rock. We invented the world that all these little fucktards are living in and forgetting to give us credit for it. But never mind. That's just
you're talking about the Zoomers, right?
The Zoomers. Yeah, exactly. The Zoomers. You got it. Anyway, yeah, love that, Jeff. Thanks. Thanks for backing me up. Anyway, so my favorite George Burns quote, I even have a George Burns quote. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Is that, yeah. I
do that. Do the Indiegogo thing.
Yeah, do that. There it is. Everybody write that down. Go. I mean, I got halfway there. I only campaigned for $2,000. It was nothing. Because I was like, do I pay the typesetter or do I eat? And so I was like, fuck it, I'll pay the type. So I went, and then Claire Headley is just so wonderful. She said, I'll loan you the money. Don't worry about it. And I thought, I don't want to take it from Claire. I mean, she's like that beautiful of a person. And So I thought, fuck it, I'm going to go to Indiegogo and see if I can like just raise the money. And like overnight, I got half of it. So it
I have
was
a
just
question.
like, yeah, go ahead.
What is a typesetter like? What do you use? What do you need a typesetter for when you're dealing with like on
Digital
like,
age.
Sorry?
In the digital age. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, like you're using like you're gonna use a word processor of some kind to write the book.
That's
Are
right.
you talking about like the cover and stuff?
No, basically what I mean by that is there's a person, and believe it or not, it's a person who used to work for an ex-Zurich member who used to design books for Scientology is finishing my book off. She's a professional book designer. Basically what that means is doing all of the formatting, the digital formatting of the book so that it's in all of the correct form and the final files for upload are created. We just call it typesetting because it's like, you know, it sounds like it's hard to say the other thing. She's doing the final formatting as a 6x9 paperback with all the correct kind of pagination and everything and blah, 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 blah. So does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So she's not going to be putting the movable type into the press.
She is. And I'm actually printing my book on parchment. And,
okay.
One copy a month. So sign up now.
Okay, Johannes.
Yeah. So no, that's what's going on with that. So anyway, I got it. So everybody has that, right? Because I'm going to take that off of there, because I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep this comment up all night because it's so funny. Anyway, that you just really cracked me up. What did I can't keep up with your comments. I'm so sorry, guys. There was that. George Burns is timeless. Thanks, Jeff. So here's my George Burns quote that I want to share with you. George Burns said that in Hollywood, sincerity is the most number one important thing. And if you can fake that, you've got it made. So anyway, that's our philosophy cake for tonight. So I don't know. I need a adored Gracie. Yeah. She was absolutely a comic genius, and she played the dumb one, but she wasn't. She was the real genius of that duo, I think. Okay.
You need to be really smart to play a real idiot.
Yeah, and exactly. Great. So this is Cece. Did you know Evie Cook? Is this somebody that I would have known, like a Sea Org member?
Related to Betty?
I don't know. I mean, I knew Debbie Cook, but Evie, I knew an Evie. She worked, I think she worked in special effects for a while. I knew an Evie, but that does not ring a bell, Cece. Sorry about that. 8 Points of R Factor wants to know where is Evie now, but I don't know Evie.
You might. They changed names a lot back then.
Last names, they do. Yeah. Jeff, yeah. He's emphasizing yes, timeless, absolutely timeless. Yeah, and Patty B, perfect. Yeah. Patty is like, I'm so impressed with your George Burns thing. Say goodnight, Mitch. That was so unexpected. Yeah, do you remember when guests would come over to their apartment, because the whole show kind of took place in their flat. Guests would come in, they give them their coat and tie, and then their coat and hat. By the end of the episode, they were so frazzled being around Gracie that they'd pretty much run out the door, and she'd always say, "You forgot your coat and hat," which she was holding to give them back, and they'd run out the door. Then she'd go to the closet, and it would just be jam-packed with coats and hats, because she would confuse people so badly that nobody would remember. And it was just this ongoing joke. It's just like... Wow, I can't believe it. We've got, we have room for a couple more people if anybody wants to join.
Yeah.
Sure. Come on, people.
The sixth square is always fun, so absolutely.
The fifth one, yeah.
Fifth and sixth. Oh, it's just great, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think she's here anymore, but okay. Rev Girl, she's tracking. Rev Girl's tracking. Rev Girl, join us. Come on in.
Yes.
And Rev Girl
and who else was encouraging me to hop on tonight?
Patty B.
I know Dastardly was encouraging me, so.
Oh, yeah.
And he was pushing me as well. So Dastardly, get on in here.
Come on.
Yeah. So can I ask Patty B? You watched this in black and white after school because your TV was black and white, right? So I'm thinking, and what is that you're playing? Is that like a baritone ukulele? Okay. 2 questions for you, Patty B. Facebook smiling George and his cigar. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it was
Right,
with
Stacey.
comedians. It was like Groucho Marx cigar, George Burns cigar, Fidel Castro cigar. You know, all the funny guys back then were all smoking cigars. That was my little political joke for tonight. That's all you're gonna get.
Yeah, I think we've all exhausted politics.
So, yeah, CC.
Oh.
We didn't do any, but CC. I can't figure out how to get on. Okay, listen. I'm going to post it one more time.
Triumph, the insult comic dog, has a cigar.
Say it again.
Triumph, the insult comic dog.
And so does Ed the Sock.
Okay, there it is again. If you can, I don't know if that's clickable in the chat.
Should be.
Yeah.
Should be. That's how I got on.
Oh, but that's the link right there. And if you click it, it should take you to the backstage, like the green room, so to speak, of this chat. And then I'll let you in. If you pass, you know, I got to check you out first. Like, make sure
Yeah, you
you're
can't be naked.
Yeah. No.
Oh,
you
no
can be
naked. No naked.
No,
No
you
naked.
can be naked, but you just can't be. Your naked parts can't be visible on screen. That's all.
From like the neck up, you have to be dressed.
Yeah. We don't care if you're wearing pants. You know, Steve's not wearing pants. He asked me before. He said, "Can I come on? I'm not wearing pants." And I said, "Sure."
Both
Steves, neither of the
both
Steves
Steves.
are
Yeah,
wearing
yeah,
pants.
there are no pants here.
Not wearing pants.
Yeah. I'm looking at it on the other on another screen, and it is a linkable, clickable link. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
so
a linkable
Yeah.
click. It's a linkable click, guys. Go
Linkable
for it.
It's a clickable
link
link.
that click. Link that click.
Okay.
The
And by the
Spell
way,
of
don't
Vision.
forget to click that like button while you're while
Yeah.
you're
Hey,
on screen,
let's
too.
say goodnight to Natalie Grant. She's waking. I love waking up in the morning to a live. Oh no, you're just waking up to the live. Oh, thanks.
Oh,
Bitch, for that.
wow.
My pleasure. Welcome aboard. Here's a question here. I got to answer this. Did I know Eric Sherman? Yeah, he was a delightful guy. I don't know whatever happened to him. He had at least one kid who was in the Sea Org. He was a filmmaker, son of a filmmaker. He basically taught film. He gave like film. He did a little film thing on his own. Like, you know, people take acting classes. He gave like film classes. There was some interest for a while to do some work for Gold, but it never worked out. Okay, Vegan 3, continuing on with the Boomer campaign. We got a color TV for Ben-Hur. Mom loved Houston. Okay, that's cool. And what did your dad think about that? Yeah, Houston, Ben-Hur, Houston. Okay, so there was a guy in Ben-Hur who was a Scientologist. His name was Stephen. Let me see if I can figure this out. What the hell was his name? Hold on. A screenplay, William Wilde distributed. His name was Stephen Boyd. Do any of you remember Stephen Boyd, the actor? Stephen Boyd co-starred in Ben-Hur. He was actually had a pretty important verbal exchange with Jesus. So Stephen Boyd was a British actor. He was in Scientology when I got in, and he actually, before Hubbard, there was propaganda films at Celebrity Center. Some film professionals before I got in, they made actual propaganda film. They got together Scientologists. They were all film professionals. They made a propaganda film called the Freedom Film. They showed it to L. Ron Hubbard. He loved it. He ratified it. And Stephen Boyd was the presenter in the film, and Karen Black was in it, and what's his name? I don't know why I can't think of it. Jeffrey Lewis was in it. Juliette Lewis's dad. And this film, you know, Hubbard he wrote very well of it. He said, "Yeah, you should show that film to people." They literally just made it themselves, a Celebrity Center, because they were really goo-goo over Scientology. And we used to hear about this film all the time because Miscavige would bring it up, and he'd say, "You guys, not to me, but you guys are, you've never made anything as good as the Freedom film, and those guys, they were just a bunch of." So we actually tried a number of times to remake the Freedom film, but you could never please him. He was impossible to please. Dobie Gillis, Maynard G. Krebs, we loved that show. Yeah, Tiff says she always tells her group to cover their bits. Yeah, really good
Very
advice.
sage advice.
Good advice, Tiff. So
Great advice.
So I'm just going to put it up on the screen. Cover your bits and click the link. Okay. In that order. In that order. Okay, good. Cece just hanging. Oh, she's almost there. Guys, this is going to be huge.
Well, it's dark.
Wow.
She's naked, so she turned all the lights off.
Oh, that's it.
Oh no.
Oh my God! Did
I
I
see.
make it?
Am
I
I
see
gonna
little
be-
spots.
I don't know. I just don't want to.
I can hear you, Cece.
We can hear you. We just got a very nice
Can you
black
turn
screen.
a light on? Can you turn a light on?
Oh, I'm outside. It's dark.
Oh no.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
Oh, funny people.
So let me ask you something, Cece. Did you just discover that outside is dark at night? Is this like a new thing?
Gosh.
No, I'm looking at my very lit up screen with all you beautiful people there. It's not dark at all.
Hi.
Okay,
Must be
What
talking
is
to
the
somebody else.
darkness?
Oh,
I'm going inside.
Yeah, they're behind
Hi,
you, Steve.
puppy.
All the beautiful people?
I think
See,
so.
there's my puppy.
Oh, okay.
yeah, Jeff. Just so you know, I have a. I have
got
an
this
iPad.
beautiful
It's just
person.
not turned on right now. I have an iPad mounted to the hot shoe of my Nikon, so I can look up at that as a monitor. But I forgot to turn it on, and I really like looking at everybody's lovely faces. So, but you are right. I need to be spending more time looking up at the camera because it's. I know it's bad.
Ooh, plasma ball.
Whoa.
I got one of them.
I was just.
I haven't seen a
It says I'm
plasma
in the
ball
show,
in like
everyone can
years.
See and hear you. Uh-oh.
Well, that's kind of scary. I'm sorry. I was trying to load a file here. I'm not finding it. So no big deal. Okay, good. But yeah, I have a right above my camera. There's a right above it. Like,
Ah, hello, Cece.
Hey, Cece.
Oh,
Usually
dang,
I-
I got
yeah.
like.
hey, there you are.
Oh,
So
shit.
what did you do? Oh, now she's frozen.
Oh no.
Okay, this is Cece is I think her battery went dead. But yeah, thanks, Jeff. You're absolutely right. To pat at the top of your head for us. Oh, that's real. I can soften the light a little more. I actually have a very good makeup, which I recommend for that. Maybe I'll put some of it on there if it's a little too shiny for you. There's actually anyway, I'll put a link in for it. But if anybody's too shiny or sweaty, there's a $10 on Amazon. You can get this great. It's just like dulling spray for your face. It's not even makeup. Hey, wow, Cece, you look amazing. Are you in the closet? I can't tell.
I
you
live
have
in
a
an
look-
RV.
Oh,
Oh wow.
are you there with Bob Dylan?
Yeah.
She's in an RV with Bob Dylan. She's literally kidnapped Bob Dylan, and
Look
they're
at-
headed
Okay,
cross country. Yeah, she's a Dylan fan.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what is this? Hey Jeff, here's your sign. Are we gonna do like what sign are you? That's a little. Okay, Planet of the Apes movies.
I haven't
Okay.
seen one in years.
Yeah, well, they haven't made one in yours. I mean, there's been a few put out, but they're.
Hi, Joni.
Hey, Cece.
Hey,
Yeah, Joni, Cece, you need you need a better internet connection in your.
I can't stand looking at myself that long.
That's fine. You know, whatever you want to do here, we're.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
I can do that. Here,
I have to get used
I
to
don't want
this.
my laptop. That's not going to work. Yeah, I'm just going to experimenting with the height. That's not going to work. No, what I need to
That's
do is
better.
I need to turn on my monitor. It's just not turned on. So there. But yeah, I'm going to spend a little more time. I need to just practice looking in the camera and then looking down and then looking back up.
Like you're reading notes.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's right. I don't look up enough, and it's a bad form. Part of it is because I'm self-conscious about being older, so I insist on having my camera above
Oh,
my eye
come
line.
on, Mitch.
I'm just saying it like it is. I mean, I'm at 106.
No, you're only like 60. Come on.
At 106, you have to raise that camera.
You could always set up a teleprompter.
I think
Yeah,
106 is the
Yeah.
new 50, isn't it?
We say that against you.
106 is the new 50. So you're good.
Yeah, exactly. It's the new 60. Yeah, no, it's totally the new 60. Yeah, I'm trying to think here. No, a teleprompter wouldn't work because you're not going to read the stream off a teleprompter.
No, it's true. But
what-
what I'm getting at, Mitch, is I actually just a piece of glass. You put whatever monitor you want to do below, facing up, and just reflect the monitor through the glass, and the camera doesn't even see it.
Oh,
Yeah,
You know how to do that.
It has to be.
Wow.
It has to be
Oh,
special
like
glass.
this.
You can't do that with any piece of glass.
I did it at home once. Though I have to admit, I put the glass in a cardboard box. I built like a teleprompter for like $5.
Oh, nice. DIY. You should do a video on that. DIY teleprompter. You can actually get them now for DSLRs pretty cheap. What is Cece doing? Do you live in a motorhome? I'm jealous.
So am I.
I know.
Help, get me
I'm
out
lucky.
of this closet.
Very lucky. Oh no.
Yeah, no problem, Jeff. I get
I
you.
never feel stuck.
cool. But we need to know if you're living, you still read anonymous. Yeah, you don't want to ever be shot from a low angle unless you're 12 years old. This says, you are so honest, Mitch. My film editor daughter keeps telling me how to look into the camera, but I always forgot. But she's right. She's also your daughter, so she's being annoying because she's supposed to be. Yeah, it's tough when you do this kind of stuff to remember. When I do videos and it's just me and I don't have a lot of stuff and I don't have, my 4 best new friends who decided to join me and embarrass
Crashing the party.
embarrass the fuck out of themselves on a Saturday night.
This is fun.
It's all good.
Yeah, no, it's totally fine. Yeah, but I do need to do that more. And believe me, I know how to do it, and I've been doing. Okay, look at this. 8 points out factor. He's made a major discovery, a major breakthrough in life. He is a human. That's
Yes, you are.
He's a
You're
human.
a human.
A human. Human. I like that. Okay.
There's a
Hats
joke
off
in
to
there
all
somewhere.
humans. This says, from Vegan 3, whatever you do is working, Mitch. I certainly hope so. I mean, I'm basically showing the top of my head here. So I'm not, there's a saying that bad boys age badly. And so I've always taken that as, because I've aged not too badly, I don't think. So apparently I've avoided the rule that bad boys age badly. Either that or there's a painting in a closet of me that's getting old very rapidly. Okay, cool. Thank you. What the hell was that? Okay.
I'm not making
What
noise, am I?
No, you're good. You're
No.
totally good. You're not making noise that anybody gives a shit about. So you're fine. It's like,
Thank you.
This okay. Here, this is at Mitch. Wrangling and unruly set. Yeah, absolutely. This is like I feel like I'm trying to herd kittens.
I think you've seen worse though, Mitch.
You'd be surprised. I'll challenge you. I'll look into the camera and challenge you on that one. I don't think so. I think this is the worst. I'm trying to think I've ever seen worse. Well, yes, children, working with children. It's like, no, working on the set with children. I love children, but working on the set with children can be so, you know how they do it in Hollywood. Like if they're really young, they always hire twins, like babies, they get twin babies and stuff because for two reasons.
Oops.
One, you need the backup. You need to know that if one of them's, hungry and tired, they'll be okay. But they also have these rules about they can only spend, 2 hours on set at a time. So you can kind of rotate them, right? You can get one for 2 hours, the other 2 hours. And
Like Mary Kate and Ashley or whoever.
Exactly. That's why you want to go see a fertility expert. You want to have twins. You can really cash in on twins. Okay, I'm just telling you. So.
They have to be identical, though.
They do. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Where did she go?
She's back.
I don't know.
I think she left the motorhome.
I just got.
Cece has left the motorhome.
No, I got comfortable.
Okay, here we go. If you ask me on, I'm doing it from my bathroom, cleaning the kitchen. That's fine. We don't care.
We don't mind.
Yeah, no.
Just
as long
flush
as
first.
as long as you're dressed, we don't really care. Okay.
And not using the bathroom.
Yeah, that's what I said. Flush first.
She's cleaning the bathroom. It's different. So Lindy Banahan says, face blue smiling. I'm 462 in dog years. That's nice. That's nice.
I'm still 29.
That's very
Yeah, I stopped counting long time ago.
Hey, I stopped counting when I was 19, so.
Who the hell is backstage? I don't see anybody backstage. Rev Girl is backstage. Why do I not see you, Rev Girl? 1, 2. I've got 4 people. Hey, Steve, what am I doing wrong here? I have Rev Girl just texted me. She says I'm backstage, but I'm not seeing her. I just see
She's in
5
someone else's backstage.
Oh, wait a
I
minute.
can see
No,
her.
I found her.
Oh, good.
She was
There.
hiding under my
Yay!
taskbar.
Ah,
Rev
that's
Girl,
Yes!
hey,
yes.
Hi,
Hey,
Rev
Red
Girl.
Girl.
Are you lying down? You're lying down? She's happy. She's smiling.
She's got light on.
Yeah. Hey, well done, Rev Girl. You have lights on. That's excellent. That's actually fantastic. Hey, Rev Girl, thanks for joining. I really appreciate it. Like, you have no idea. And now we've gotten 6. So how many do we need for Hollywood Squares?
9.
9.
Oh,
9.
sure.
And a host. And 2
Yeah.
contestants.
Wow.
So a total of 11.
Yeah, I want Steven
12.
to be on my Trivial Pursuit.
Okay, 12. I miscounted, sorry.
Oh, good.
Okay, so here we go.
We could get a game of Cards Against Humanity going.
Wow.
Okay. So I have some. Anybody want to take a crack at this? I have some actual Hollywood Squares. So the host was Peter Marshall, right?
Depends which
Right.
incarnation we're
His
talking
name was
about.
Peter Marshall. Okay, hold on. We're going to play Hollywood Squares. I don't care how many people there are. And you're all going to go tell all your friends how much fun you had on my channel playing
Damn it.
Hollywood Squares. And God damn it, they're all going to subscribe and they're going to. Okay, so here we go. According to Movie Life magazine, Anne Margaret would like to start having babies soon, but her husband wants her to wait a while. Why? There was an answer. Why? Why does her husband want her to wait? Anybody? I'll give you a hint. It was Paul Lynde who gave the answer. That's my Paul Lynde imitation. It's probably. Is everybody ready for the answer?
Sure.
Absolutely.
He's out of town.
I'll agree.
According to Life magazine,
Okay.
Anne Margaret would like to start having babies soon, but her husband wants her to wait a while. Why? Paul Lynn, he's out of town. Okay, so I don't know that my SPTV Nation Hollywood Squares is actually working. But you know what? I don't care. I'm going to do another one. Y'all
Go
want to
for
hear
it.
another one?
Sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Paul Lynn has all the good answers. Oh my God, this is so funny. Okay. Okay, Paul Lynn was just a comic genius. Okay, let's do this right here, right now. Okay, here we go. The question is, no, who was this? I'm sorry, I didn't get it all in there. That was really lame. I cut it off. My cut and paste is kind of bad. So it's actually Robert Young. Okay, so the Robert Young recently stated, "I never give something to his fans who asked for it." What was it?
Do you want the dirty answer or the real answer?
No, I want you to guess at the real answer. Like the Paul Lynn.
An autograph.
What did Paul Lynn say? I think you're going to be surprised. You're really close, but that's not the answer. The answer is a hysterectomy.
That's really close.
Well, you know, it depends on your point of view. One man's autograph is another man's hysterectomy. Anyway, Paul Lynn was a comic genius. Now, here's another one that I just have to do. I should have done this when I needed watch hours. This is just such a wonderful time killer.
Gone,
No?
yeah.
This is just the shit. Okay, here you go. The question is from Peter Marshall. What are dual-purpose cattle good for that other cattle aren't? Okay. What are dual-purpose cattle good for that other Paul Lynn again? Guy's killing me, man. This guy was. Okay, so think about that bump, 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 bump. I'm going to give you the Jeopardy theme. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Nobody?
Quick
Dun,
chat, make your
dun,
guesses.
Dun, dun, dun.
I think I know.
Well, Paul Lynn, he beat you to it. He said they give milk and cookies, but I don't recommend the cookies. I can't believe
was
this
half
guy.
right.
He's so fucking funny. I mean, I used to watch that show.
See, I was watching it when John Davison was the host.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good. He was after Peter Marshall.
Yeah, Jim J. Bullock as one of the squares almost permanently.
But
Yeah,
not the
I
Middle
mean,
Square.
that was one of the funniest shows in history.
That was a great show.
Truly. There wasn't, what's his name? Jonathan Winters did Hollywood Squares, right? One of the great comic geniuses of all time. Okay. Pretend I'm doing my best Peter Marshall imitation.
All right.
James Stewart did it over 20 years ago when he was 41 years old. Now he says it was one of the best things I ever did. What was it? Boy, that is so.
Had sex for the first time.
You're close. No, I gave an autograph. No, no. The answer was. Oh shoot! I'm sorry. I accidentally posted the question again. Okay, here's the answer. Here's the answer. I don't know if a lot of you are gonna. Oh, you know you will. You guys are. You're like me. You're another generation. Okay, the thing he did was Rhonda Fleming, a very beautiful actress. So that was a nasty show.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that was thing. Yeah, Jonathan Winters. Shout out to Jonathan Winters. Absolutely amazing.
Here.
There's also the match game.
The match game was good, but Jonathan Winters, if you, I mean, I got to tell you, I spent like more time than I care to admit watching on YouTube the episodes of Johnny Carson when Jonathan Winters was on.
Okay.
And they are some of the funniest comedy you'll ever see. I think Jonathan Winters I think he was severely mentally ill. Like he was like, you know, what's his name? Andy Kaufman, you know, who was like, we never knew, is he crazy? or is that his persona? He was like that as well. Jonathan Winters was like amazing.
Yeah, Mitch, you need to let Joni back on.
Oh yeah, here we go. Thank you. I have who else do we have? Okay, I have there. Oh, and
There we go.
we
There
have
we go.
Tip 45.
Get 45.
Oh my
Yes.
God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If we could just get enough, we can have a real
Vegan
Hollywood
3.
square.
You need to get on here.
Back. Thank you.
Yeah, come on.
And Patty B.
Hey, Joni, look. I thought I joined the shit show.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I apologize.
What is that behind? What is that behind you? You've got like a psychedelic light show going on in your room. What is that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Is
no,
that
no, no,
disturbing?
no. A, don't apologize.
Right.
B, don't change it. Just tell me what it is.
I just have a tapestry and then some lights.
Cool.
Thanks.
Cool.
Is that a mandala? A mandala?
Yes.
She like
Under a
actually.
toilet.
Is that your streaming setup or is that just your boudoir?
It is my office, but I do a lot of Facebook Lives.
Oh, yeah. So tell me, Tiff, should I start streaming on Facebook as well? I'm a little concerned that all of my old friends that I knew before I was in Scientology will be like, I'll just end up embarrassing myself. But how is it? How has your experience been going live on Facebook?
I love it, but I also work with a smaller group. My group is geared towards people with autoimmune illness.
Oh, I got it. So you run like a support group and you do live stuff and like
we do live stuff,
yeah,
and then
basically you're not just there like I am, just kind of trying.
No, I do the live things, and then I talk to people one-on-one and kind of help them through
That's really
whatever
cool.
they need.
That's really cool.
Thanks.
Wow. So Paris Keshen is back telling us, speaking of game shows, Bob Barker died today at 99 years old. Wow. So that's amazing. So does anybody have a comb on them? I'm sorry, that was a Bob Barker reference. I'm sorry about that. That was
Poor Bob.
Cruel. Yeah, boy, another icon just bites the dust. Well, it wasn't good news, Paris, but thanks for keeping us updated. So
Yeah, that's a real good run, though. 99.
Yeah, and within 4 months of turning 100, so he was.
Wow.
Well, he may just have made a bet with somebody that he's not going to make it to 100, and he wanted to win. I mean, you never know. So Patty B says, "In a heartbeat, when I'm not in jammies in bed." That is no excuse, Patty B.
Hey, you're still dressed.
Not at all.
No, nobody's
I am in
accepting.
jammies.
Yeah, nobody's accepting your lame ass excuse. Okay,
No.
just get on here.
Wow. I never knew where my camera was on my phone before.
That's what you were doing.
Yeah,
We are.
we're all about
the speaker now.
We're all about helping each other understand technology. Okay?
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Trying to figure it out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching SPTV, where professionalism is just another word for we don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean?
Oh, man, that's hilarious. Sorry, that was freaking hilarious.
You guys know that as soon as the stream is over, I'm throwing it away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm just gonna take the super chats and run because it's like
Yeah.
I don't want anybody to see this. No, this is great. I want everybody to see it because I want them to realize that the other creators, they're doing it wrong, man. What you should be doing is you should be dragging your viewers on the chat, kicking and screaming. It doesn't matter. Just get up and get down, folks. So, hey, Denver, Steve, your poopy man is looking so awesome. his eyes are like in a half light. It's actually really cool.
It does look good.
Yeah,
It
they're right
looks-
under.
Oh, yeah.
I was
they're
thinking I
right-
was going to need some like paper over my light, but I think this is good.
No. It's actually really good. It could be just a little more intense. The way the top of his eyes are lit is perfect. He's like, what the fuck? You know.
I know
really-
he looks creepy, right?
Yeah,
he looks a little creepy.
He looks
Yeah,
like,
no,
what the
it's
fuck
great.
is going on? Too many people.
Yeah, he's like, woo, and he's looking at your screen like you have got to be joking.
He's a 20-inch poo. Of course, he looks weird. But,
Yeah.
Put it in that cable yellow.
right.
I do have a poo pillow.
Whoa, what does this mean? Jeff says, "Ouch! Watch it with that finger, lady. You almost poked an eye out. Yeah, watch your fingers. Can you all please keep your limbs within your own square? Okay. I should probably announce a cutoff time, or we're going to be here all night. I probably should.
This is
That's
my
okay,
fault, 'cause
Mitch.
it
You
took me
can
so long to
leave.
get
We'll
ready.
stay.
We're
Yeah.
good. Yeah. Have a good night, Mitch.
Yeah, hey, would you guys turn the lights off on your way out? Who said that? Who?
I think this is turning into a chatathon.
It could. So hey, thanks for that. It's fab. It's a hoot. Well, yeah, you guys are helping me get my book published. That's going to be a party. You know.
Absolutely.
That's definitely going to be a party. So
Hey, Mitch.
thank you very much for that. This is fab. It's a hoot.
Thanks for hosting
from
us,
New
Mitch.
Zealand. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mitch.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. What's your question?
I was saying thank you, Mitch.
Oh, me?
Oh, you're very welcome. Can you say that in the chat so everybody? No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. Oh my God. How do I turn? Okay, here it is. Thank you very much. Okay. So let me see. What did I miss here? Bob Barker had a great run. If you made it to 99, yeah, no kidding. I don't know who wants to be 99.
No.
I actually do know, because my father, before he passed away, he said, "I can't believe it. I'm going to be 90. Who wants to be 90?" And then he looked at me and he smiled and he said, 89-year-olds.
Aw.
Anyway, he was a really funny guy. I think that's where I got it from. Yeah, see,
Yes,
this is the
sir.
point. This is the point, Natalie. This is the point. It's so good to see some of the faces behind the names. It really is. I think it's only going to strengthen the connection in the community. That's
Absolutely.
that's why I'm going to keep dragging people kicking and screaming. I guess when I'm, as big as Aaron, if that ever happens, that you're talking to 170,000 people, it's a little harder, but I would still do it. I mean, a chat like this, it's Saturday night, you're hanging out. Denver, keep your hands inside your box.
Cece just pointed.
Yes.
Pointed back.
What? Say what? Say
I
what?
said Cece just pointed at my direction, so I
Oh,
pointed.
I know.
okay.
I'm trying to figure
Oh.
out how this
Watch
goes.
Rev Girl. She's like looking up at me. It's kind of cool.
It's kind of scary. She is.
Hey.
Are
You're
you
like
mad?
you're like Rev Girl's heavenly body.
I guess.
Mitch.
I'm at the bottom.
What's happening here, Tip? Thank you, Mitch. You're very welcome, Tip. Absolutely.
Thank
This
He follows
is
directions.
what does it say? This is your niche at Mitch. Wrangling never ends. Plus, of course, art history, gold it, and Hawk and Lens envy. There you go. I found my brand. I found my brand. So I think I'm going to do a stream called Hawk and Lens envy.
Yes.
That's a great title.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
Join me for Honk and Lens envy.
Tuesdays on SPTV.
This is my
Okay.
Mitch's niches. How about that? Mitch's niche. I know it's niche,
bad.
but I'm having fun with the pronunciation.
Mitch's niches.
No, I think I just
Or
innovated.
Mitch's bitches.
I don't think I've ever seen a creator just throw a link to anyone that is watching. You are a trailblazer. No, I think that I actually innovated something.
Exactly.
It's just
Yes.
like why not?
Awesome.
You know?
Yes.
You could be doing a phone-in show.
Oh
That'd be
my
cool.
God.
What do you mean? We are kind of. You mean
Yeah,
with an
well.
actual telephone? Like, call me now, Mitch, at 1-800 rhymes
Yeah,
with
this
bitch.
is
Oh,
AM
yeah.
radio vibe all over it. I'm joking.
Yeah.
Haven't you seen
Yeah.
channels like that?
Say it again.
Have you seen channels like that where they
You
have
never
the
did
number?
this?
No,
Yeah,
where they
yeah.
have the number you can call in.
Yeah. Chris
Yeah.
Shelton does that. He has a
Shelton
call-in
does, yep.
show,
Oh, yeah, you're right.
and
It's
people
not-
call him.
Yeah.
How many males
Yeah,
are
but you don't
dominating
get to
above? You know,
see
you're
him.
right. We have a very patriarchal setup here. I don't know that I like it. This is rubbing
Well,
me
then
the wrong
shuffle
way.
us.
I'm having a moral crisis. Hold on.
Yes.
No, it didn't work. I was hoping I'd come back on the bottom.
You can just pick a box and just drag
yeah,
it
yeah.
and move it to another
Yeah,
spot.
no, you're right. You're right. I forgot about that. Here we go. That did not work. Here, I'm gonna go down here. It's not docking, Steve. I don't know why.
Oh,
I tried grabbing it, but it's not.
weird. Whoa.
It's not docking.
That was weird.
This is the the psychedelic portion of our show. Oh, maybe if all the guys, maybe if we all remove ours. No, if I remove the guys, well, let me. Gonna come
Hi,
back
girls.
in. Okay, that
Well,
proves it. Wait, hold on.
I did you guys
Yeah, that's a little.
A little better.
Sorry,
a little
sorry,
bit.
That's right.
sorry, Stephen.
That's okay.
You're not holding. Look, he's like Atlas holding up the world.
Well, now I have to
He's
unmute
like,
it,
what
yeah.
the fuck?
Yeah, just spread your arms out, Stephen. Just look right in the camera. Spread your arms out. No,
Yeah,
left
okay.
and right. Yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, there you go. There you go. He's got the whole
Yeah,
thing.
yeah.
That's very funny.
Just think about what the amount of time that Osa is spending watching all of us.
Yeah, they're staying up all night. Hey, listen, you guys
That was,
can tell Claire we want Mitch merch. Yeah, okay. I was asked for a philosophy cake t-shirt, so I'm going to work on that. A piece of philosophy cake. I'm not sure what I'm going to put on it. But seriously, Osa, you could be up here on this stream. You could be actually a part of a real vibrant community that doesn't buy all of that bullshit. So yeah, anyway, so who's going to tell Claire we want Mitch merch? Oh, so listen, I spoke with Claire. You know, I knew them very well at Gold. I was so sad when they left. I mean,
Yeah, you
you
started
know,
the story
yes and no, but sad and happy for them because I knew that they were miserable and they're such a great couple and they're so lucky they had each other to escape with because that doesn't happen with everybody. And so
Right.
many of the couples I know that left, they just didn't make it because they never had any reason to be married in the first place. But those guys absolutely did. But Mark's schedule's been a little crazy, and we're going to. Mark wants to do. This is such a great idea. Somehow he remembered that we worked on 31 major film productions together in the time we worked together. Like we made 31 films, right? And he wants to do a making of, like to go through them and talk about how we made them. So I'm really looking forward to doing that.
I think that would be really cool and very
That would be amazing.
interesting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Betty B. If you're a designer and you want to send me something, believe me, I'd love to see it. I have some ideas for the design, but if anybody, maybe I should crowdsource this. So Mitch's big honking lens on the pocket tee is awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Maybe that's a different shirt. There should be have a piece of philosophy cake with some saying on it. I'll come up with something, and there could be another one that just says big honking lens, right?
Big honking lens is a good one.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Or that different comments, and we can pick our fave. Yeah, absolutely. Pieces of cake come as faces of blue. Okay. We want a Mitch bobblehead. I tell you something really funny that I just remembered. Okay, so when I was working with David Miscavige at Author Services, I think it was around 2016. One day there were all these really cool bobbleheads just showed up in the office. He was like, I left mine at gold, unfortunately. Like he gave me a couple of them. He said, "You want these?" And I went, "Yeah, sure. They're funny." And it was a bobblehead of the Joker from Batman, and the other one was, I think, maybe a Dracula. And what I found out later is that they were samples from the company that he'd gotten a hold of, that he was then ordering the Mike Rinder bobblehead from. Because, Miscavige started the Mike Rinder bobblehead as a way of making fun of Mike, right? You all know that. And
Yes.
then
Yeah.
Mike and the guys were like, yeah, we'll make them and sell them and give them money to the Aftermath Foundation. But I had two of the original bobbleheads from the company that he had, the Mike one, and they're really high quality. I mean, because Miscavige has very high standards. So if he says, go out and find me a company to make bobbleheads, you better come back with the company that has bobbleheads in like the Museum of Modern Art. You better do that. So I wish I still had those because they were really cool. Okay, so did I miss anybody here? No, I didn't. I got all the starred ones.
Yeah, Rev Girl thinks her mic may be turned off at your end.
Oh, whose mic? Mine?
Hers.
Rev
Oh,
Girls.
I know. I haven't turned anybody's. Oh, hold on. Rev Girl? No, nobody's muted on my end.
And we just lost her image.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there's something. Her connection is protesting. Soapbox bobblehead, toupee bobblehead. Like this is Vegan 3 is babbling on about something. I don't even get it. Soapbox bobblehead, toupee bobblehead. Don't get that, but okay.
Yes, Vegan 3, we seem to have lost Cece again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we lost the motorhome. I hear that motorhomes are very reliable when it comes to internet. This says, Osa, you too could find real life and love. Aftermath Foundation is here for you. Reach out. Thank you, Tessie Double. It's amazing when you get people out of that situation, and they start to return to their own true selves. There's so many really nice people. It's like, it's like Neo coming out of the Matrix. It's just like really fucking crazy. And the thing is, when you're in that, like those people at OSA, if any of them are watching, they think that I've gone insane. Like literally, Mitch Brisker has lost his mind. He's gone insane. He's speaking out against the church, blah, blah, blah.
Well, it's an abusive cult.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Let me check your mic. Let me just check your mic. No, you're good. You're good. Everybody's good. Everybody's stuff's working.
A train went by.
Oh, that makes sense now.
Yeah.
Trains are pretty loud, so.
And I'm by an airport, but, don't know. Cool.
I'm near train tracks, and every time a train goes by, my internet goes wonky.
Yeah, we're going on 4 hours, and I'm still standing. Yeah, exactly. Wow, going on 4 hours. Mitch, you are a beast. I am a beast. Yes, I've been called that many times. Actually, Beast is my middle name. It used to be Mitch Beaster, but I changed it to Brisker. Okay, now I'm just getting fucking slop happy. Okay.
We're learning facts.
Mitch, I think you might be able to make the best anti-cult movie ever. Yeah, this is like it. This is like it. We're it, guys. We just made the best anti-cult movie ever.
Oh, yeah.
This says, Patty B, I'll never forget your first show. I was surprised you found yourself so fast. You were really newly out. Yeah, I was, and I was all like jittery. Okay, so the first, I'll tell you the history of it real quick. I'm not going to tell you the whole history. It's too long, and it's already so late. But the YouTube thing, it was the book. I thought, I'm going to be done with this soon. I need to promote it. So I did that short little promo. I put it on my channel. And then, I'd been talking to Aaron about stuff. I'd been telling him stuff because, I was so newly out. I had a lot of information, and people were like, so, what the hell's going on? And I was happy to talk to Aaron. He's a great guy to talk to. And he's very trustworthy. I mean, he's not going to screw you over. He's not going to leak shit. He's not going to out you. Well, I mean, he outed Reese, but that was just such an accident. And then he platformed her. Like, I think she went monetized faster than anybody in the history of YouTube. So whatever negative thing happened from him adding her, I mean, it's more than been made up for.
It was
He's-
1/4 of a second, Mitch.
Yeah, so all it takes is one frame, and that's the 30th of a second.
Right.
So yeah, as long as it's sharp enough to read, and those motherfuckers, you know, they're looking at everything. They need to, because if they miss something, they could end up in so much trouble that it's not even funny. But the first one I did was with Kelly Copter. The first interview I did was with Kelly Copter, which I just had to do because like Kelly is just like, yeah, I just wanted to look at her for an hour. She's just like, she's like amazing, and she's super smart, and she's incredible creative. She's so easy to talk to. So I contacted her because of her editing work. I just had to tell her, like, when I was at Gold, if I ran into something like you, I would grab you and pay you huge bucks. You were like better than most of the people working for the church. So we were sort of talking back and forth, and so we did this interview, but she was so busy, it didn't come out first. So then I went on Janice and Mark's channel because I think David Miscavige hates Mark Fisher more than he hates anybody in the world, at least from what I've talked with him. So I thought, perfect, I'm going to go on Mark Fisher's show. Fuck off, right? So because that would just be, sir, yes, I have something to tell you. What? Mitch Brisker is speaking out on Mark Fisher's channel. It's like, that is like
What the fuck?
head exploding material, right? So I went on there, but I hadn't sorted out the bugs in my line here, my production thing, and I had a really crap ass USB hub that was literally losing, and my picture was like, you know, and my sound was like, and I'm like, hey guys, I think, could we reschedule this? I need to fix this shit. And it wasn't live, it was recorded. And Mark's like, no, you're fine, just go on. And if you go and you look at that first thing I did with Mark and Janice, it was literally shorting out the Elgato logo was coming up on my capture card. It was just a complete shit show. And that was my first one. And then I did one with Aaron, and he was this famously, do you guys remember this? He was really rude, and his audience was like harshing him, like, why are you being so tough on this guy? Give him a break. He just got out. And then Aaron apologized to me and said he was in a really bad mood. And I was just like, yeah, I don't care, because I already know you and I really like you. So I'm not like a black and white thinking person. Like, I can love somebody, and if they fuck me over, I can remember they're still a good person and I love them. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not
Oh yeah.
yeah, I'm not
Everybody-
I'm not crazy, right? I'm just like fucked up, but I'm not crazy.
No,
So
You're not crazy. Everyone's human. Everyone is flawed in some way, Mitch. You know
well,
this.
some more than others, Stephen.
Yeah, I know. I'm very good at that.
Yeah. So no, but anyway, I'm sorry, that was a toxic statement. But
Yeah.
so Aaron and I had a really rough time, and then we did a part 2. He apologized to me, and
I saw that.
Yeah, and I told him we should just make a joke about it and tell them that we were having like a bro war just to drum up views or something. Like, let's just make a joke out of it. It's no big deal. And then we had a really good second one, and then I really haven't done much with him. I'm not really sure. I think I might be a little off brand for him, but I really like the guy a lot, and I hope he has me on more, because I think I could contribute something to his efforts.
Invite him on your show.
absolutely.
Yeah, he doesn't. I don't know that he would go. I peeked at Mitch's house online. It used to have this wild Richard Hollywood white gate. How did you find my address? In the front. Did you take it off? No, that was years ago. But I rent this house and I can't even afford it. I haven't been able to move because I don't have an income, and so nobody will rent to me. So, hey, about that trailer that you have, could we talk a minute later? Like, what city are you in? Just,
Very
How much
funny.
room do you have?
do you have Wi-Fi in the trailer? Yeah, it's a pretty crazy house. It's in a kind of a douchey neighborhood. I didn't take the front thing off. It was taken up years ago. It was, yeah, okay, newsflash. Mitch, audiobook, your voice is sexy. I'm going to do it in my sexy voice. Thank you very much. But I need to do a lot of exercises and coaching so I can do the whole thing at an even, steady pace. Speeding up and slowing down is necessary. Like I've directed a bunch of audiobooks, so I have to get over like sitting on my shoulder and going, nah, that sucks. But I've been drilling it a little bit, reading as I'm going through the thing. Finally, you know what I'm saying? Like it's almost midnight. Yeah, we should. You know what? At 12 o'clock, we're going to end the stream.
4 minutes from now.
Yeah, 4 minutes from now, because I think we've had an incredible time, and I don't want to push it too. I don't want to push it too far, because there's that thing when you stay too long at a party, and then you're like, oh, it's always good to leave while things are still good.
True.
And
Yeah.
we've dropped down to 49 people, so we're on a 4-minute countdown. Okay.
Well,
3
thank you, Mitch.
Yeah, you're really welcome.
Thank you, Mitch.
Yeah,
Thanks
Really
for
loads of
having
fun.
us.
Yeah, you're really welcome. This was loads of fun. We'll do it again.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is really true. Somebody who is this just nailed it, Tessie Devil. Yeah, that's actually very true. And I don't. We're not shit smack talking Aaron at all. People, this is a group.
No.
That
No,
really loves him. But
We all love Aaron.
Yeah, but Tassie,
We love Aaron. He's a doll.
But yeah, he doesn't like meandering stories or series, whatever. But I know, because I tend to sort of wander around a bit, and I think I was a little hard for him to keep on point. But I'm doing much better at it now. So, and I thanked them the other day for helping me, because he has helped. Okay, hold on real quick. I got a couple of questions. Get them in now, because we got 3 more minutes. This says, Mitch, this is from Vegan 3. Did I know Mark Grossclose did not? I need some context there. Oh, you found it on Cyber Search, but where did I add my address? I don't really care, because I've already invited anybody that's in town. If they buy me a copy, I'll give them a copy. So, and Petty B says, "Oh, I've got room." Okay, well, we'll talk later. But aren't you like in Australia? Where the hell are you? She said she's got room. I'm not even kidding, Patty.
I'm in Clearwater.
Yeah, really. That's where. Yeah, I would go to Clearwater.
Alberta.
Especially for you, I would go to Clearwater.
Aww. That's so cute.
Okay, so we've got Patty says I've got room. Okay, cool. Okay, we talked about Aaron. Okay, hold on. Here's the context for this question, and no more questions, please, because don't punk me and keep asking me, because I'm OCD, and if you ask me, or ODC or whatever it is.
CDO.
Yeah.
CDO.
Okay, so here's the
That's
context.
the proper order.
Alphabetical.
He was an OCC. He was a CC. He grew up with the Beach Boys, played drums. Wow. So, but the Beach Boys were like from Huntington Beach, Orange County. Anyway, send me something. Let me know a little bit more about that. Patty B is a California girl. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what is the Beach Boys? So now we have Beach Boys, and we have.
Oh, she's
Which
beautiful.
they all could be California girls.
I wish they all could be.
She's such a
Okay,
cutie pie.
Here's a bingo. Here's your SBTV bingo. Okay, which one of the Beach Boys actually surfed? Anybody? Only one of
Brian
them
Wilson.
actually surfed. No.
I'm trying to think.
No, absolutely not Brian Wilson. He was just like way too busy being a musical genius to ever go surfing.
Mm.
Yeah, I thought so, Patty B, because you got that regalia and that blonde hair, and you just like.
Oh, she's gorgeous, man.
Isn't
Yeah, and
she
there's
beautiful?
And there's nobody like California girls. So nobody wants the answer to that, huh?
No, we all do.
We all do. I can't
We
figure
just
it out.
don't know it.
The clue.
Well, I guessed.
The clue is okay. What does this say? Tessie Devil, don't punk me, says Mitch, and then the super chats pile on. Here's a clue. Okay, here it is. Oh, Patty B. This is my girl. We're gonna get married. You watch. This is it. Look at Patty B. Dennis
I
for the
thought
win.
you might.
She's got it. Dennis Wilson.
It was
There's
Dennis. Wow.
Yeah, there's a story in my book, which I'll tell you now real quick. There was a coffee shop on fucking 12. There was a coffee shop on Sunset Boulevard called Pandora's Box. It was an old beatnik hangout, and then it became like the Beach Boys in the 60s. The Beach Boys were the house band. They played every Sunday night. And one night I was in the basement. I was 15 years old. I could walk there from my parents' house. It burned down during the Hollywood riots. But anyway, they had these in the basement. They had those kind of urinals that you could like crawl into, you know, the ones that went from the floor up to like your chest.
Oh, those things.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so I was standing there at a urinal taking a pee or piss because my kids told me that girls pee, guys piss. So that became a rule in my household.
Okay.
So I'm taking a piss in the urinal, and next to me is Dennis Wilson, and he's got like a flask of whiskey and a paper bag in his back pocket. He's drunk all the time. And he looked over at me, and I was surfed then a lot. And so my hair was like kind of, seawater bleach. And I had the whole surfer uniform on, Mexican sandals, a Madra shirt, the bleached hair, the whole deal. And he looks over at me and he starts talking to me about, where I was surfing that day. And but he's stream. He's like, he ain't watching it. And I'm like, you motherfucker, if you piss on my foot, I'm just going to like be so mad. So anyway, that was my Dennis Wilson story. But, he was also the one who picked up the two Manson girls, he was the one that opened the gate that let Charlie Manson into that subculture, where he then had access to what, murdering those people. That all goes back to Dennis Wilson. So, okay, guys, I'm going to end the broadcast now.
All right.
You guys are.
Thanks for having us.
Oh my God!
Thank
you
you
guys are so super awesome. You guys are so awesome.
Enjoy being here.
Yeah. Okay. You guys are so awesome that I'm absolutely going to do this again. I'm going to make a thing out of this about just like goading people to come on, because it's just what a blast. Okay.
Anytime, anywhere, Mitch.
Yeah. Great. Okay. So I'll.
Oh, heck yeah, Mitch.
I'm going to look in the camera actually for one time tonight. And
Patty B is going to be in next time.
Yeah, for
Yay.
sure. And here's my sign off. It's take care of each other and take care of yourselves, and be well. And we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye. I keep hitting the button.